You were halfway.
Representative Brown?
Subcommittee.
Oh, okay. I didn't have to see this.
No problem. I know.
You want to take right here? Go by that.
It's lack of interest. Never mind. Joe Hamilton. That's a rumor, I just, yeah, it's not.
That's what I thought. But thank you for confirming, and now I can tell you. Now I can tell them that I got to confirm.
Yes.
Thank you.
You need a.
Hey, I have 6, I'm sorry, 6, 4, and 5. Yeah.
You don't want to do that.
What? You might, elections had to make their budget. That's the increase in time of business.
Hey, 1 o'clock, let's get started. Representative Brown will lead us off.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before everybody sits down, I'd like to thank Ann Hamilton for her years of service for the UNH Cooperative Extension and her service to this county.
Not this time. You're going to leave before you get flowers.
Call to order, public comment. Who's up?
I'll go first. Dallas Henry, Center Osprey. I just came in to say congratulations to Bobby on her victory. I will say that don't get comfortable because I'll be seeing you in the fall. Hopefully I can get some support from the Republican Party here this time, maybe this time around. That's what I'm hoping. But we'll talk about the budget a little bit. I understand that there's some outside agencies that are coming in through the committee that the delegation sent over. I did not make that meeting. I'm not in support of that. I think the county commissioners have actually got a policy that they're trying to push in that would be great for the county. There's also a solar plan. Once again, not for that, and I know you worked quite hard on this, so I just want to put that out there. I have opposition to a few different things that are coming in this budget. So, other than that, that'll be good.
Thank you. Next.
Yes, Fred Kane from Wolfboro. There's a little note here on this podium, and it says I'm supposed to announce what church I'm from every time I get up here. So I'm from the Carroll County Church, and they'll be passing around a bucket a little later on, so hopefully the contributions will be decent. I've been coming to these meetings, missed one in the last 3 years. I'm still concerned about the same thing, the agency nursing at the nursing home, and I still think that needs to be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Mr. Clerk, will you take the roll?
Representative Taylor?
Present.
Representative Smith?
Present.
Representative Belcher? Here. Representative Brown?
Here.
Representative Hamblin?
Here.
Representative Crawford?
Here.
Clerk's here. Representative Pettingill?
Here.
Representative Bucco? Representative Woodcock?
Here.
Representative Burrs?
Here.
Representative McAleer,
Here.
Representative Page,
Here.
and Mr. Chairman.
Present.
All present, sir.
Thank you. 14 members?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock, would you like to introduce our newest representative-elect?
Oh, we have to. Representative Bowden, if you just stand up. Dallas consider for you, congratulations, and we'll see you up here after the 25th. She'll be sworn in the 25th in the executive office.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you, Bowden, for running.
Motion to approve the December 18th minutes. I have a revised copy. We had a misspelling on somebody's name, which we took care of, and that was the only thing that I found.
Move as revised.
Thank you, sir. Second?
Second.
Discussion? Mr. Clerk?
Representative Taylor,
Aye.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Felcher. Yes. Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Campbell,
Yes.
Representative Crawford,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Pettinell,
Abstain.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Burrows,
Yes.
Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Page,
Yes.
and Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Before we get started on the budget, just an overview, the executive committee changed it up a little bit this year. We either recommended or not recommended their budgets to go forward as presented. So it should make our discussion relatively easier instead of having the same discussion 2 or 3, 4 times. But we're going to hold on to that. We're going to move to the request from the sheriff to establish a public safety revolving fund pursuant to New Hampshire 23:23 and funded with $10,000. So we need to add, to create that fund and then transfer it to it. Representative Brown.
Yes, would you explain for the public what this fund is actually going to be used for?
I will actually have the sheriff explain that to us.
Good afternoon. This fund is for commercial details or any detail outside of. He's all choked up.
So as of right now, it's for the commercial details, and in order to have that money pay for some of the detail items that are used, like cars, radios, things like that, this would be used to offset some of those services that we provide. Would that be correct, Sheriff?
Yeah. So it's work done outside of the normal duty, such as road details or things like that. Which is a commercial rate, and the monies would go into an account to purchase things to offset.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Representative McDonald.
Hey, Sheriff, how much,
Sorry about that.
that's okay, how much, I know you charge me, let's say $50 an hour. How much, what percentage of that money will go into this account?
So the deputies pay $65 an hour. The rate is $90 an hour. So that's $25.
Okay, thank you.
And all your towns have this account.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, I'd move the request as presented.
Yep, we have to get the motion correct, so I'm going to read what the motion should be. There'll be 2 motions. Representative Woodcock, Representative Smith will be the second. Mr. Clerk, I move that the Carroll County Delegation vote to establish the Carroll County Public Safety Revolving Fund in accordance with RSA 2323 for the provision of public safety services by county employees outside of the ordinary detail of such persons, including but not limited to public safety services in connection with special events, highway construction and other construction projects, or for any other public safety purpose deemed appropriate by the county sheriff. In accordance with the statute, all fees and payments received for these specialized services shall be deposited into this fund. The county treasurer shall have custody of all monies in the fund and shall pay out the same only upon order of the county commissioners. These funds shall be allowed to accumulate from year to year and shall not be considered part of the county's general fund unreserved fund balance.
I move the motion I just made.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Smith. Any further discussion or questions for the sheriff? Mr. Clerk, will you call the roll?
Okay, this is a motion to create the Public Safety Revolving Fund. Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pettinell.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Stay right there, Mr. Sheriff. We have one more motion. Representative Woodcock and Smith move to appropriate and transfer the sum of $10,000 from the approved 2026 budget line 100.4211002.000 to provide the initial working capital for this fund. That is coming out of details. You only have 10,000 in that account.
That would actually be the line number, because any details that we work will be using this line. So it'll replenish it as it goes. So we don't need to guess every year on details. We used to go anywhere from $80,000 to $40,000 annually.
Right.
Sometimes we'll obviously overshoot that amount of revenue. So this, in a sense, would replace that line as a revolving account. So we don't need a motion.
You do need a motion. Because you're moving it out of his budget into the revolving account. All right. So that detail line would be gone and you would have a revolving fund under the trust of the treasurer. Any questions on that motion or any questions for the sheriff on that? And the commissioners are took a motion to do this as well?
I could actually, I don't think they voted on it, but the RSA gives the authority to review. So, I mean, just as a course of action, we could also have the commissioners, but I'm not sure that they're required to do that. I think it's simply up to the convention on this.
Right, but just want to make sure that the commissioners understand that they would be responsible for that money down the road.
Yep.
We have discussion.
Yeah.
Okay. You have discussed it? Perfect. Any further questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk?
Okay, the motion is to appropriate and transfer $10,000 out of the detail line in the sheriff's budget to the newly created revolving fund. Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Belcher. Yes. Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pettinell.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay tuned, stay close, Mr. Sheriff. You all have a note in your packet from the sheriff. As you are all aware, the passing of HB 36 allows the fees to be changed. The request is a 3.3% increase, $14.35.83. Everybody find that request in your packet? Any questions on that? Sheriff, do you just want to give a brief overview of your request?
This is an annual opportunity to increase the rates of the rates of service being served. Takes most or some of the burden off of taxpayers, because the only one this affects is the people that are asking the sheriffs to serve writs. This is statewide, and if we approve it, then we stay in line. If we don't approve it, then we fall behind other sheriff's departments. Again, this is not a taxpayer burden. It's by the people who ask for the process to be served.
Any questions for the sheriff? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Just a question, on the, when you do the risk, do you have mileage as well?
Yes, and that's a set rate according to the fee process.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sheriff.
My pleasure. Any further questions for the sheriff?
Move the recommendation, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion and a first.
I'll second.
Representative Smith seconds. All right, let's make sure we get this right. Motion is to increase writ service by 3.3%. Motion by Representative Woodcock, seconded by Representative Smith. Mr. Clark.
Chair, just as clarification, that'll make the fee $35.83.
Correct. Yep. We'll add that to the minutes.
Thank you.
It's a request by the sheriff to increase the rate of writ service by 3.3%, which is $35.82. Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hammond.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pettinel.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. All right. The next thing is the vote to authorize the executive committee to approve the 2026 TAN borrowing. We've had a request from the commissioners, and in order to notice that specifically, we have to have it in the calendar for 2 weeks. So I would like the delegation to give the executive committee the approval to approve, give the executive committee the power to approve the 2026 TAN borrowing.
So moved.
Representative Belcher, Representative Woodcock, thank you. Discussion. Representative Brown.
Is that based on this letter the commission is referring to, what is this?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure that was the...
Yep, we have,
Thank you.
we have specific notices we have to approve unless you all want to come back in 2 weeks.
Just wanted to make sure that was the amount. Thank you.
Yep. Any further discussion? Representative Hammond.
Is this the common occurrence? We do this every year?
Last 24, we did it in December. Yeah, it depends on interest rates, it depends on approvals, it depends on what our financial statements are.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Discussion? Mr. Clerk?
Okay, the motion is to approve the 2026 town bond by the executive. Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Fentanyl.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right. You all have Hales Locations budget in your packets. It has been noticed by the selectmen of Hales Location, so we do not have to post a notice prior to authorizing this. Any questions? It's the single one that has location on it.
Oh, thank you.
Do we have the actual budget from them for the actual year?
The actual budget?
Yeah, the end of year numbers for the Hales? This only goes to September.
We have the same thing, I think, because mine says 12/31.
No, mine says 9:30.
This is 9:30 and 12/31.
Oh, my apologies.
Okay,
She's got it.
I got it now.
all right.
All right.
So you'll see the bulk of the increases that Hales Location is now charged with doing their own elections. And so we've added $10,000 to that budget so they can do that. They really don't know what it will cost. They will need a laptop and some other things. So I thought that 10,000 was a good placeholder, being their first year of conducting elections.
I have a question.
Representative Bowers.
Yeah, thank you. I thought that the election in Hales was going to be taken in conjunction with Bartlett. Is that not happening?
No, legislation passed at the last year that Hales Location, any unincorporated place with a population of, or registered voters of more than 120, I believe. I might be wrong, a little off on that number. They have to conduct their own election.
Right, thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions on the town portion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Brown.
So what involvement will the commissioners have in sincere the selectmen, basically, for them? And how will this process work for them? I'm not against this or anything, I just want to understand the process now.
So right now, the Secretary of State's working with the folks in Hales to map out what it looks like for the September primary and then the general election. And then once they have their plan, and then they'll let the commissioners know what they have to do. The selectmen, will they have to stand guard at the polling place all day? We don't know that information yet.
But the commissioners or the selectmen will have full oversight still, correct?
Just waiting to see how this plays out. Yep.
Thank you.
They still have to appoint their own election officials and those sorts of things, moderator, ballot clerks.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question on the selectman's secretary from $500 to $2,500, basically. Is that a new position? Is that someone already existing?
No, go ahead.
So previously there was or she's still there, currently there is a tax collector at Hales Location, and she was doing both sides of the building, if you will. if you're in a town hall, usually the town clerk, tax collector's on this side, selectmen's over here, and they have separate duties. She was doing all of those, both sides for Hales. On advice from the Department of Revenue, we need to make more of a clear line, so we're actually bringing the assessing and the other selectmen's duties into the commissioner's business office, and by doing that, we're going to be giving some additional compensation to our administrative assistant, who's basically taking on all of the Hales responsibility on the selectmen's side. And we'll still have the tax collector up at Hales, and she'll receive the warrants, send out the bills, collect the money, but we're doing all the selectmen's duties down here.
So,
Follow-up?
Sorry, I should probably be talking that way, right?
It's okay. Follow-up?
If I may, thank
Please.
you. So is that, so the
Yes.
tax collector up there on 4150, is that going to be, the 3699, is that totally out, and so something the secretary is going to be, that's the 2450?
Yep, so the tax collector's compensation was reduced, and then money was shifted over to the selectmen's side. So she'll be doing, technically work twice a year for July and December, the tax collection only.
Okay, so what,
Follow-up?
so then, why wouldn't that be a zero line? On the budget where it has the, I'm going to make an error here, on the budget for a tax collector, if the new person is going to be doing the tax collecting at 2450, why would that be a zero line? So just a reduction.
Sorry, I wasn't that clear, I guess. So we're going to pay we're still going to pay the tax collector a stipend to retain her through the year to do those duties. So there's still a stipend in there for the tax collector. Selectman's secretary is just an additional stipend to the administrative assistant we already have here, who will take on all the selectmen's side. Am I making?
Well, now I'm just more confused. I thought you said you were going to be doing the tax collecting and the couple other pieces so they weren't crossing the streets there.
Is everyone else
Maybe I'm just lost.
confused?
I think they were
Yeah.
already doing that,
Okay.
and they're splitting it up.
All right, I'm done.
Hold on. Representative Brown?
Can I defer to commissioners?
so that's kind of where I was going. Is
Representative.
this a position that's being transferred from Hale's location to the county office now?
Yes.
It's responsibilities that are shifting down to the county. We're taking the bulk of it away from Hales and bringing it down here. So we're going to compensate the person who's here additional for taking on that extra. We're reducing the tax collector stipend because we're taking the bulk of that work away.
Okay,
Is
so,
that better?
Follow-up?
thank you. I'm pretty simple, so my question is, what are we
That
actually...
was my first question. You had to
What
bear with me.
responsibilities are we moving from Hales to here? And is it just one position that we're funding, and we're reducing the funding for the person in Hales? So they have less responsibility, less funding, and we're transferring all of that to here under an existing employee?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
So, if I may.
Follow-up?
So that existing employee, who's currently, I assume, a full-time employee,
Correct.
is taking on additional work?
Yes.
Okay, and that's, if I may, so this work is not going to take additional hours, it's just something that we're wedging into her responsibilities?
It's going to
Or
take
is it
additional hours. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and
so it's
she's
going to be more than 40-hour week then to do this, right?
It's going to take, as we get farther in the budget, there's a shifting, another shift I'd like to happen. But kind of,
I guess, if I might, Mr. Chairman.
Final follow-up?
Yes, thank you. So I guess the issue I have, if we have a full-time employee already,
correct,
they're working 40 hours a week.
right.
How do we put more responsibility on them and expect to get full functionality of that person just by giving them more money?
When we get to the main budget, the county budget, we do have a request for a half-time person in our office. So some of the responsibilities that person has, because I need someone who's focused on Hales. I can't split it out between 5 different people. I need someone who understands the town side. So I'd like to take some of her current responsibilities and give them to the part-time person we've requested in the county budget.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to check on, Mr. Chairman, if I might just clarify for myself. So
You
we're
need another
adding,
follow-up?
yes, we're adding additional staffing because of these changes.
Not just because of this, no. No, not-
Okay, so I guess you'll clarify that.
I have
as we
other
move on.
justifications for it, but this is just, that's just one part of it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Representative Smith, I saw your hand go up.
No, I'm not beating myself. All right, that's good.
Well, I have a question. The rebudgeted 167,567, and we had expenditures of 174,156. Where did the residual $6,500 come from?
Just looking at it quickly,
It's been a while since we did this.
right,
Can we get back to you?
today's the
Today's the day?
Today's the day for this budget.
That's true.
Because typically, we would have received a transfer, but where would the transfer come from? Or where would the additional funds come
There's
from?
no,
Representative Smith.
Are you certain the formula added this up correctly?
I'm not,
Okay. I mean, that does happen.
right. And my Hales location Ace is on days off today, so I can't, I might be, I can open the, if you, I don't know if you want to pass it over so I don't tie you up. I can open the Excel and I can recalculate and see where we are with the formulas. I can also make a phone call to her real quick, see if she has any input, if you wouldn't mind passing it over.
I just want to know how we overexpended and where it came from.
We can't overexpend Hales.
Well,
So I believe it's an error in the calculations
Okay.
to Representative Smith's point, but I'll check.
Representative Hamblin.
Thank you. As a corollary to your question, under the revenue, between the budget and the actual 17,000 higher than the budget, where did that money go to?
That, if I could, goes into Hale's fund balance. If you collect too much revenue, it goes into your, it lapses and it just adds to your fund balance. They have quite a healthy fund balance at Hale's.
So that fund balance is 105,000.
So it's unaudited, which they haven't had an audit in a few years, but I would actually suggest that it's higher than that. It's probably twice that, actually.
Representative Brown.
Sorry, so they have an excess fund balance, and because of RSA, they have to do some additional work, and they're changing the work around. We're bringing that into the county. Why wouldn't we put that work in Hale's location, and put the staff in Hale's location, if this is work that's specifically for Hale's location, and have Hale's location pay for this specifically for the work that's being done?
All of this comes from Hale's. Mr. Chairman, do you? Okay. All of this comes from Hale's. They pay for this. The county doesn't pay for any of this. And there is no place to put staff at Hale's. They currently share basically a part of a garage with the association clerk once in a while when they have to do work there. It just makes more sense for controls too, to bring it down to the selectman's office.
If I might,
Final follow-up.
I'm just trying to understand this, that we're doing work at Hale's location. You're putting it on the staff that is currently here. But all this work that's being done there for Hale's is going to be taken out of this particular budget. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying? Okay, I just want to make sure, because the
Yep.
numbers don't seem to match up. Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on the Hill location town, Hill location school, why is there a $3,000 increase for selectmen? And does that mean like it's a $6,000 increase?
Yep, right here. Increase to the,
Yes.
Selectmen and the commissioners, right?
Correct.
Could you repeat that question, Representative Woodcock? I didn't
Yes,
hear all of it.
on the 4150 line, Mr. Chair, taking those damn glasses off, 4130 line, selectmen on the town section went up about $3,000.
Yep.
And then on the same line, on the Hill location school, the selectmen went up another $3,000. I was asking why they went up, if I understand it right, $6,000, because they're already selectmen. I understand, and they're already commissioners. I understand they get something for being selectmen up there. I don't know what they actually do to selectmen up there, but just another question, the $6,000 raise.
speak to this.
We can fix that.
I just want to know why.
Well, because we just put it in there, we do work for Hale's location. I mean, it's a,
You do, ma'am?
Follow up?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm just trying to, so you're gonna do double the work 2 times? So what is the selectman at Hale's location going to earn?
last year we were 2,000, I believe, 2,000.
That's 3.
So 1,000 for the school.
It was 1,000.
For the school.
Yeah, 1,000 for.
And 1,000 for the town, so they were paid 2,000 last year for Hales, and that's increasing to 4,000 each for Hales.
So you're going to 4,000 each this year, or 2,000. So what's double? Am I right? What work is double? I don't even know, honestly, maybe Mr. Chair, I don't know what a selectman does up there. It's a little golf course. What is that? What does selectman do? What did you do last year, selectman?
What's your point?
That's a question.
Well,
My question-
you want to make it zero.
No, I'm just asking. I don't know.
Money.
I'm just asking. Simple question. What does the selectman do for $6,000 or $3,000 last year?
Or whatever we do. We have to do the numbers, we have to pay attention to it. When there's a problem up there, we have to deal with it. 2 years ago, I had to deal with the septic system at the Way Mountain Hotel. I mean, it's time.
And the voting, we're gonna have to deal with
They have
that
other
issue.
responsibilities.
Every week that we,
So the voting
if I may,
Yeah,
I'm not
certainly,
trying
Commissioner
to
Scanlon.
justify it necessarily, but
I'm just curious what they
each
do, that's all.
week, there are bills to pay, and we have to sign the checks and pay the bills. Because there is
What you guys want?
duties we have to do every week. We have to, or every other week at the commissioners' meetings.
I mean, realistically, we're gonna get into a conversation about compensation. I mean, it's a lot of work doing this. It may not appear to be a lot of work. It's a lot of work around the county. We spend a lot of time doing this for what we get paid, trust me.
I'm not seriously, you don't do a lot of work. Chuck, what the selectman does, that double the pay for the golf course and Hill
It's
location.
just the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Taylor?
I just wonder if you could help me understand. I understand this sheet is expenditures, is that correct? And last year, $6,000 were paid to selectmen, $2,000 for the town and $3,000 for the town and $3,000 for the schools, totaling $6,000. and it's doubled. Is that the way I understand it?
That was my question.
And that's one, I'm curious as why did the workload double from this past year to what we see next year? So that's the way I understand it.
Did the workload double? I would say. We have to do it, I mean, it's our responsibility, we have to do it, we have to go up there.
I don't have a follow-up.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, this $6,000, are you each getting $2,000 extra on top of your regular county salary, or is that included in your salary?
That's above and beyond.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Burrows.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. With all due respect, I don't think Representative Woodcock or Representative Taylor got an answer to the question, you know, about the double the workload. With all due respect, you're saying...
We felt it's worth, that's what it's worth.
Okay, still not an answer, but thank you.
Representative Belcher.
More a question for you in delegation, but you know, obviously we don't look at these items that necessarily change items and you know, pay every single year. Do we have any idea when the last time is that we modified the salary that we're discussing now for the delegation? How long ago it might have been?
I don't think we've ever discussed it. It's always been 1,000 and 1,000.
Okay.
It's always been 2,000 a year from what I can remember.
Good enough, thank you.
Representative Commissioner Chandler, would you agree? I don't think we've ever looked at it.
No, probably not.
Representative Brown.
So, you know, I understand the question. We're trying to understand where it's going, but I also understand that now this year there's a voting up there that you guys.
We're gonna have to spend the time doing that.
So I understand that there should be an increase based on the fact that you have an increase in time and responsibility. So I don't think any of us are concerned. We just want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence and reviewing the number and making sure that it's the correct number and understanding why we doubled the salary. If it's because there's additional responsibility because you have voting up there and some other issues that you've been dealing with, I'm good with that. And if also the fact that we haven't reviewed this and changed this for 100 years like we haven't done the same thing with state reps, but we consistently review that and vote against raising our compensation of state reps. I don't necessarily have a problem with this. I just want to make sure we understand that there's additional work and what that work is so that we can feel comfortable voting for it. That's all, I think that's all we're trying to
And
do.
I'll just say one other thing, we did not, we agreed in the last meeting of commissioners that we weren't going to ask for more money for the commissioners for this year. So, nobody's in this for the money.
Rep. Taylor, go ahead. I have the feeling that you were undercompensated in the past, and I can go along with that because I observed in some of the meetings where you addressed this septic situation with the hotel, and that took a lot of hours on it.
So a lot of time.
Where Representative Brown was going with this, I kind of feel there was an undercompensation for a period of time.
Okay.
So I'm going to give you my view as the vice chair. We're beating up pennies here in a $45 million budget. Being a selectman's a thankless job, I am one. I couldn't tell you how many hours I put in. I know it's Hale's location, not a big workforce, but I'm sure you do a lot of things that you can't think of quickly. And for the sake of this body and our time, I suggest we just move on.
I agree with that. So with that said, I'm sorry, with that said, we just have to...
Everybody's got their hands up, so hang on 1 second. Representative Handler.
On a different subject,
Yeah.
why did the school tuition increase by $89,000?
More kids.
That many? Wow.
2 kids.
Easy.
There's 2 kids.
And somebody had their hand up over here.
Commissioner Chandler.
Commissioner Chandler.
Representative Brown can go first.
Representative Brown.
So I think we're good with what the compensation is from what I'm hearing, but I think the only thing we have to make sure is that the total numbers are correct. Is that where we're at with this issue with 167, 174 in the total budget? Or am I wrong?
They had to work on the formulas, or they
Right.
had to double check the formulas is my question.
All right, so we'll entertain a motion to approve the Hales location town budget.
Also move.
Representative Taylor, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Representative McAleer, any further discussion? Representative Smith?
I just have one thing. Under the school budget, line 4130, it says selectmen and then selectman salary. Should that say selectman secretary?
That's correct. Yes, it should say selectman secretary in that second one, just like it does up above.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
Thank you
doing
for that.
the town portion first, and then we'll,
Okay, I'm sorry.
that's okay. Motion is 183061. Motion by Taylor, seconded by Smith. Sorry, my apologies. Taylor and McAleer. Any further discussion, questions? Mr. Clark?
Okay, the motion is to approve Hales location, the town portion of the budget of $100,061. Representative Taylor?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Brown?
Yes?
Representative Hamlin?
Yes.
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pettinel?
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Burrows?
Yes.
Representative McAleer?
Yes.
Representative Page?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yes.
Motion passes.
It's close.
I'd still like an answer on why we overspent on,
We will get you that.
thank you.
I actually have my staff member, she's watching, and she's trying to get her laptop, and I'll have that for you by the end of the meeting.
Nobody has a calculator?
Oh, you wanted the reason why?
The reason why and where the money came from.
Okay.
The school budget. We had a couple questions on that already.
Question, Chief.
Representative Woodcock.
On the school tuition, how many go to SE and I? Is it all SE and I, or is this split with Freiburg?
Split with Freiburg.
Freiburg. And more kids at Freiburg than Conway.
Freiburg? Thank you.
Further questions? Pending the change on, actually, we have two 4130s under that line. Is that all the same?
Same up top, too.
Same up top too? Shouldn't those be different line items?
3150.
The secretary and the selectmen, same numbers, count number.
They fall under the same DRA account number, 4130.
4130 and 4150.
It's like 7, 150 is about 6.
And 4199.
7 hours.
Should those be individual, lined individual, but in the same department?
Could you add that again?
They should be in, it's just like we have our 4200 and then we have .007. Shouldn't these be in their own dedicated
Gotcha.
fund for DRA purposes?
Right. When we move over, you're correct. This is the best we could get together for what we were given in QuickBooks. But when we move over to the MTS finance software, they're actually building out a separate side for Hales, and they're correcting all the chart of accounts going forward. When we do the DRA forms, we do the crosswalk, and those aren't filled out correctly, contrary to this numbering system on this.
Okay.
Question.
Representative McAleer.
Thank you. So do I understand that out of the town budget, that now the selectmen, you guys will get 6,000, got another 6,000 on the school budget as well, is that correct?
Yes.
So there's
Divided by 3.
6,000, yeah, so 12,000
Was it
divided by 3.
Follow.
Was it always that way? I'm assuming it was, but it was 3,000 last year, and now it's 6,000 in both departments.
Going from, let's check, can I find that?
Representative Smith for
They're going
clarification.
from 2,000 apiece to 4,000 apiece.
Total,
Right.
right.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to accept the school budget, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, at 190,745.
Yes.
Second.
Second, Representative Belcher, further discussion? Mr. Clark?
Okay, the motion is to approve classification school budget in the amount of $190,745. Representative Taylor?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Hamblin?
Yes.
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pettinel?
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Burrows?
Yes.
Representative McAleer?
Yes.
Representative Page?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Location revenue. Well, we're budgeting $88,000 for revenue.
Yes. Most of the, we came over last year because of motor vehicles, but obviously that's a moving target.
Okay, and since we have 88,000 revenue, what is the tax implication?
The selectmen haven't determined how much of that healthy fund balance they want to use to offset the taxes, so it'd be hard to say at this point what the tax implication would be.
Actually, we determine how much fund balance we use, not the selectmen, with the legislative body.
Done that before?
No, we have not, which is kind of concerning.
So when it comes time, how about, I'm not used to a legislative body setting the amount of fund balance to be used. Normally that just falls to the selectmen.
Nope, typically in a town, the selectmen provide it to the budget committee, and the budget committee says yes or no, so there's always a check and balance to make sure that it is correct.
Okay. I wasn't accustomed to doing it that way.
Me neither.
However, certainly, we could perhaps, at your fall meeting or your summer meeting, once the audit's done in Hales and we see how revenue's coming in this year, I could ask the commissioners to have the delegation weigh in on, before they set the tax rate, and decide on the fund balance with them.
When is their budget due?
It's actually wide open for an unincorporated place. I've spent a lot of time on the phone with DRA in the last couple of days, and there's no, as long as it's done in time to set tax rates in the fall, then we're
So that would
okay.
be September 1st would be the last.
That's when the forms are due, correct?
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
does the fund balance typically get, so it's not every town's different who decides to use the fund balance?
Well, the voters would decide whether they approve the budget or not.
Right, but the selectmen bring it
The selectmen bring it to the budget
forward.
committee. Okay. Representative Smith, we're recessed for 5 minutes.
We're at school district, owns the property, and one of the grammar schools has a big school.
On so what you were Which starts at you don't want that much. You don't have to. Now, when you order them in, they just establish a compensation.
Yeah, you're good.
I'll look back in my I think we have one on both sides. We'll sign out of town, so 2,000 each or 2,000 each?
Do that, John, find my
Thank you. I don't see anything.
I got here 20 minutes late.
We didn't do that.
Oh, it is? Oh, that's his, what do you call it?
The whole thing is a pop-up and you're like, yeah, they just play so
I wanted to say that I can't.
All the way through that? Well, no, that's what I'm saying. You got to push that. But it would take hours. Like
No, we just want, we bypass the whole thing. No, they try to get the sheriff's talking, no, we have done.
I was there Wednesday, I wasn't there
Oh my God. Sausage stick.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, I thought you think back. I mean, if you have right. I could try that. I could change nuts again. Nuts again.
my equipment fee is. Face the main side, I don't know that. Still not saying dog, then I walk in. I didn't $27. It's all cost $43 a month. But she just left. Yeah. I don't know what they say. Everybody has to say. Put it over, just say why. I don't know if she's not in home practice or. I don't know. Really?
She'll call you back tonight.
Go down, so.
Five minutes is up.
You don't have to pay.
All right. We have a revenue number of...
Quiet, please.
Thank you. Revenue of 88635, motion to approve.
So approved.
Representative Hamblin, second.
Second.
Representative
Crawford.
Crawford, thank you. Okay. Discussion. Representative Beckler?
Thank you, just a question, what was the actual residential tax collected last year? Do you know?
How much did Hales pay in taxes?
Yeah, I mean, that's what's missing here, is their real estate taxes. I just want to see if it comes in close to what they're asking for.
The total comes up right.
That might take me a second to grab that for you. I wanted to log on to the DRA, so, okay.
I'll get back to you on that.
Thank you.
No rush.
Okay. Any further discussion or questions? Mr. Clark?
Okay, the motion is to approve health location revenue of $88,635. Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Pelcher.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Petno.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr.
Motion
Chairman,
passes unanimously.
Yes?
Hales location, it paid to the county $108,926. In 2025.
Follow?
That's what they paid to the county. What did they raise?
And I don't have access to that. I just have the county portion, I'm sorry.
A lot more.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, and better.
Very good.
Right?
Given that the selectmen are elected during the election cycle, I'm guessing these increases will not go into effect until the next election?
Those are on the, once the legislative body has voted on the, I know I'm using quotes because it's not, it's a quasi-count. Once the legislative body passes the budget, this budget goes into effect for the unincorporated place. It's separate from the commissioners, establishing compensation for the commissioners. This is the selectmen's.
Right, but they're still elected by the county and part of their duties as selectmen. Because if they weren't elected as commissioners, they wouldn't be selectmen. So I'm guessing that this is going to go into effect November 6th, not this year. That's my understanding, given that they're elected officials. Because we can't technically change midstream how much an elected official makes.
I don't either.
Yeah, I want to get into
It's not like we can change the sheriff's
No,
right
but
now.
if,
It's not, we can't change the commissioner's pay unless, only at the next election. Same thing with select the next election.
Okay.
Just want to make sure that we are above board with that, because it is a sizable increase. All right, that's done. All right, let's get on to the budget. I know everybody's waiting for that. The executive committee went through the budget and made 2 recommendations, whether to approve as presented or whether to not approve as presented. As you can see in the sheet that has the yellow lines on them. I lost mine. Got it. Thank you. It's on page 1 of your proposed county budget summary. You can see in the right-hand column, left-hand column, all of the yellow, which has been approved by the executive committee as presented. If there's any questions or concerns, we can go department by department. The budget is fairly tight compared to last year with the minimal increase. So we did not feel the need to go line by line and try and find a few dollars here, a few dollars there. So, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The executive committee that did the outside agencies, we made some suggestions to transfer some money from the opioid account to the county attorney's office. So I don't know how you want to handle that, or how we should proceed with that.
Is this your sheet?
Yes.
Mr. County Attorney, step up. Do you want to explain to him what you're suggesting this?
Yeah. Thank you for coming in, sir. As we know, you've taken over some funding for the Child Advocacy Center.
That's correct.
And we had a subcommittee that deals with appropriations to outside agencies or charities. And the committee met the second time, and we'd like to see if you could step up and handle some opioid money for us, disbursement of the opioid money. In particular, White Horse, and also to the Mount Washington Valley Supports Recovery Group. And we'd like to ask, again, members of the committee have any suggestions or changes. We'd like to have that those disbursements be done monthly, rather than just one check written out for the whole amount. Is that something you could handle, or would you be willing to step up and do that for us? Or?
Yeah, I think I can handle that, and would be willing to do that. I do know both of those agencies do provide valuable resources, especially to members of the Carroll County Recovery Corps, which I oversee as a part of my office. So.
Right, it wouldn't be based on the number of cases you assigned, it would just be every month you'd assign a certain, you divide it by 12, that amount to the agency. Great, thank you so much for. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to understand.
I'm sorry, Leo.
You have the floor. Sorry about Chairman McDonald.
All right, thank you, Chairman McDonald. I just want to understand if we do that, that sounds like it makes sense. So the money that was going to go to White Horse will go directly to the county attorney's office, and they will manage that money?
Yes, on a monthly payment, and that money will come out of the opioid account.
Okay, and just last question, what about reporting in terms of services that were provided? You know, will we get a summary, or how does that work?
I'd be open to any suggestions that the committee would have, the delegation would have.
I guess I would leave it to the county attorney to do that. I assume that that would be something that you would do in terms if you're overseeing the money. Is that correct? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. We also had court-appointed special advocates, CASA. You guys recall what that was? Was it 2,500?
For CASA?
Yes.
Steve?
Sir.
Mr. Chairman, if I ask one question. Sorry.
The chairman of the subcommittee has the floor. You direct your questions to him.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Brown.
So I guess a comment, really. We had a conversation in our subcommittee. And Representative Woodcock has spent some time on CASA, and we had a considerable amount of conversation about how important that is to the county and how we thought that that should be overseen by the county attorney's office directly, since it's part of the process that they manage. So rather than have it be a charitable expense, we want it to be basically a line item for, or a normal expense for the county attorney's office to oversee, since it's, you really oversee the advocacy for these programs. So that's why we looked at this, when we reviewed the charitable contributions, that these are funds that we thought were very important to be managed in the overall process of handling these cases. So that's why we asked if it would be possible if we could put that under your basically normal budget, and go as part of that whole process would be, I think, flow better and be managed better that way.
Yeah, I have no objection to that.
Okay, so I don't remember what the dollar was.
5,000 was the original.
Okay, so we'd add 5,000 to your budget for that as well. So
That'd be,
yeah,
we're gonna do, Chairman Bell, we're asking them to take over CASA and Starting Point, right?
right.
Yes.
So they both have, everything come out of the White Horse.
And White House also.
Yeah, but that's under the, that's two things.
Right.
The White Horse piece and the advocacy was under the opioid piece. These are additional pieces that have, that work with the attorney's office, that's why.
That's my understanding.
And under the document that the committee, the board got today, that would be the last two where it says 3 dots, and the notate on the bottom. That would be, that amount would be put into the existing, in addition to the existing budget. No, we're not taking any money from it, we're good. Okay.
So what is the amount for starting point?
25.
Okay, thank you.
Starting point would be 25,000 and CASA would be 5,000, both under your auspices. So when we get to that, Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, I'll turn over the...
Okay, when we get to that part of your budget.
Yep, we can certainly
Okay.
do that right now. If you guys would like to make that motion, Representative McDonald, for your subcommittee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to do a motion that out of the opioid fund, that the following amounts be transferred to the county attorney's office.
I can barely hear you, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, I have a hearing problem, I think.
Your eyes look great, though.
My what?
Your eyes look
Thank
really,
you.
it's a nice job. That we transfer out of the opioid fund to the Carroll County Attorney's Office, $75,000 for White Horse, $14,000 for Mount Washington Valley Support Recovery out of the settlement fund. That's my first motion. If I can get a second from somebody.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
Okay, just for logistics, what line item do you want it under the county attorney? Do you want it in his advocacy program, or do you want it under his main budget?
What you're asking? Mr. Chair, what you're asking, what would be more appropriate for?
Where would you like it?
I would prefer it to be in the main budget.
Okay.
Did you make that motion?
No, I just for logistics to make sure we're putting it in the right spot. And how do you want it worded for your, do you want each department broken down, or do you want a lump sum with direction from us?
I would prefer just each department with the sum that's associated to that department, and I can oversee it that way.
Understood. So you want separate line items for each one?
Yes, sir.
Make
Please.
that part of your motion.
Okay, any further discussion?
Representative
Just
Burrows.
more comment, thank you. I think that was a really good solution to the disbursement of those funds. I thought that was creative and well done.
Thank you very much, I appreciate that. The committee appreciates that. Any other discussion?
Representative Chandler, do you have, sorry, Commissioner Chandler, do you have a question?
Yes.
Yes.
Or a comment. I'm just not sure, I'm concerned, as I have been right along, with double dipping. And where, if an agency has gone to the towns and the county, I just don't think that's right. I'm sorry, I don't think, and I'll use the town of Ballard as an example. If we've appropriated money at town meeting for something, and then the county is doing it, I don't think that's fair. So I just point that out, that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Brown.
So the subcommittee did speak about that specifically, and we had some comments put in our subcommittee minutes regarding that, and we took the 6 points that the commissioners had put in earlier this year when you reviewed the plans for the outside agency appropriations, that we were considering that, and we, if you'll notice on the list of subcommittee recommendations, the dollar amounts on the things that you would approve were identical to what you would approve. We also discussed the fact that we felt that it was important to continue to fund some of these agencies for this year, since this was a new policy, but we tried to follow those 6 items that you put in your, I think you made it a formal policy. We originally thought it was a recommendation. I think you guys voted in as a formal policy, correct? Yeah. So we took that into consideration. We also felt that the agencies that we had 2 meetings on this. First meeting, we voted on, we added some funds that we reconsidered at a follow-up meeting because we had added funds in where agencies had not formally requested funding. And that we had, as a delegation, had approved last year and felt that those funds were important for those agencies for the short term. But we came back, we reconsidered that vote and removed those funds because they were double dipping or had not formally requested them from the commission. And then we also indicated that our plan was to help these agencies. A lot of them we did not approve the amounts that they asked for and reduce them considerably, but we felt that it was important to allow these agencies, kind of like this year, to wean off the subsidy that basically the county gives them, that next year it would be more appropriate to commit to really support the full recommendations of the commissions at that time. And we did follow up and make sure that the delegation had the authority to do that, and we did. Okay? So we did agree in principle with what you folks are trying to do for the long term, but for the short term, we felt that some of these agencies would be highly impacted and the services that they currently provide would be interrupted inappropriately in short notice. Okay? Hopefully you understand what we're doing with that. Was that adequate?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Page.
can I request a quick clarification? Are we on the agenda right now discussing the county attorney's budget, or are we discussing the outside agency's budget at this point in time?
We're discussing both. Well, we're moving money into the county attorney's budget, and then we're going to have to work on the numbers in the county attorney, so we're crossing both lines right now.
But I think Representative Page's question may have been, are we discussing the county attorney's budget as an entity right now?
Oh, no, we're working on your subcommittee recommendations from the subcommittee. Outside agency subcommittee.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My apologies.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just have a brief comment on the opioid funds. This is the appropriate
Superintendent King, please.
I don't know if it was considered in spending it, or if we've spent them all already. putting some opioid funds into my budget, offset my mental health costs, medical assisted treatment for the drug abusers. All that fits the specific parameters to how the money can be spent. Just asking, want to put in my 2 cents to say it would help offset, obviously, some of the increase in my budget for mental health. Just want to make you aware.
Yep, Representative McDonald, you have a response? Representative Brown?
Yeah, so we did discuss that in our subcommittee meeting, and what we thought was that the funding that we put in this recommendation was appropriate along the guidance of the outside agency requests, but there are other additional opioid funds that are available for whatever the county determines the need is, and we felt it wasn't appropriate for us to address that here specifically with the rest of the funds, but it's something that would certainly be an appropriate request, but we only address this based on the agencies that asked us the funding and how we would support them. Okay.
Representative Woodcock.
Just to follow up on Representative Brown, there is a balance there. And with the subcommittee is thinking that the balance there for 2 ways, in case of other costs like that, it either come before the commission or the delegation. But we didn't, exactly what Representative Brown did. We want to make sure we left the balance in case other came up, and we did. There's a balance there. I don't know if that's the commission's role to move that to the opioid piece, but in either case, we did leave it so it wasn't zero. That was the point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, we were going to consider doing that once we determined how much of the money was being used here for the outside agencies from the subcommittee. Because there will be additional funds left over. They have to be used for opioid-related items.
Yes, they do. They have a specific purpose.
Yeah.
Okay. I've identified lines that these 4 departments should go into in the county attorney's budget. You want to take them down? 110 for Whitehorse, 112 for the Child Advocacy Center, 114 for CASA, and 116 for Starting Point.
And I will just caution that we'd have to confirm in AccuFund that these specific sub-account numbers have not been used previously because there would be historical data attached to those.
Okay.
Just
You can come back, we can change them if we need to.
for the purpose, okay.
Mr. Chairman, can you just put those line items together? 110 White House.
All right. For the purpose of this right now, 4123 for the county attorney, adding in those 4 lines, do we have a motion to approve those 4 lines moving to the county attorney's budget? We just need a number attached to that, for that.
That's your motion from the floor, Mr. Chair?
Because it's not clear on the sheet to me, so I just want to make sure we have the right numbers from the subcommittee in our minutes.
You talking about the amount?
Yes, we need the amounts for each specific.
The White Horse, if I may?
Please, somebody.
Representative Brown, check with him. The White Horse was $75,000. The Mount Washington Valley Supports Recovery was $14,000. The CASA was $5,000, and Starting Point domestic was $25,000. Is that what you wanted?
Please, yes, that's what I wanted.
That is the motion.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Mr. Chairman, did I hear 25,000 for Starting Point? Was that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So we need one more account number. For the Mount Washington Valley Sports Recovery. That wasn't in the original.
That was on the opioid.
So do you want to make 110 just opioid funding, or, I'm speaking to the chair, I don't.
I was unaware that, does Mount Washington Valley do work for the county attorney?
They are Mount Washington Valley Supports Recovery is a sober living house in North Conway. So it would fall under the opioid funding. Just need to know.
Sure, let's put it at 118.
Okay. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. We have clarification on the numbers and the line items. Further discussion? Mr. Clark?
Okay, the motion is to transfer from the opioid fund account to the county attorney's line items of 110, which is for White Horse for $75,000, 112, Child Advocacy for $95,000, 114 for CASA for $5,000, starting point 116 for $25,000, and Mount Washington Valley Recovery for $14,000. Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Hold on one second.
Just hold on. Sorry, hold on.
Child Advocacy Center, what was that number?
95.
95,000.
That was in our original proposed budget. It was already a line item in the county attorney's office this year for 95.
Okay, because it wasn't on, it's not on the sheet,
No, it
that's why.
wasn't considered. We
Okay.
pulled it out of there and put it in the budget instead from the beginning.
Okay, thank you. Continuing on.
My apologies. Yes, thank you.
Representative Taylor, yes?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
Representative Belcher? Yes. Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Hamlin?
Yes.
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Paterno?
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Burrows?
Yes.
Representative McAleer?
Yes.
Representative Page?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passes 14.
Thank you. Can we have a new number for the county attorney's budget, please?
You ready?
Mr. Clark, are you ready?
No.
Are you finished? Does that mean you're finished with the county attorney's budget?
We're finished with what we're putting, I'm guessing what we're putting into the county attorney's budget. This is it, 5 items?
Yes, sir.
Four. Was one already.
So we're gonna, you want,
There's one already in there, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the commission already put the white child advocate already in there.
Yeah, we just had to assign it a number.
I just wondered if you wanted to wait on voting on the bottom line until you've gone through the whole budget, because you've already inserted these. Do we wait, or?
No, I just want his number so we can
Okay.
have a
It's,
full description.
Sure. $1,394,493.
Got that? All right, we'll start with the So the executive committee made one motion for a number of departments. Is that the delegation's wish, or do you wish to go department by department? You're good for right now. Yep.
I'm in agreement with one motion, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to approve. Chairman will be making that motion. The convention budget, victim witness, 4110, 4124. Treasurer, 4151. 4153, which is legal. 4155, which is HR. 4192, which is the medical examiner. 4193, which is the register of deeds. 4194, which is the county facilities. Did we need to update the insurance?
No, not at this time.
Motion to, 4196 insurance. 4199 general government. 4200 information technology.
Mr. Chairman, will you have discussion after your motion is seconded? Because I have a change I need to make to IT.
Skip 4200. 4211, which is the sheriff's department.
We have a change we need to make in the sheriff's department.
Skip that one. 4214 dispatch center, yeah, we have to move that 10,000.
Okay. Dispatch is okay?
Yep, dispatch. 4230 House of Corrections.
It's okay. Okay? Your budget? Okay.
4302 DPW.
That's good.
Well, my favorite, 4449 Human Services, which is BEAS. 4611, which is Cooperative Extension. 4619, which is the Conservation District. 4711, which is the long-term debt. 4721, which is the long-term debt interest payments. 4723, which is the interest revenue anticipated.
With the TAM.
Okay, skip that one. We haven't done that. And 300, the Mountain View Community Budget.
They have no changes on the nursing home budget to present today? Okay. Anything?
Okay.
I'd like to make the motion, Mr. Chairman.
I made the motion.
Oh, I second it.
He seconded it, yep. Okay. Any discussion? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a process question, Mr. Chair. Did the department chairs of each of these programs have a chance to discuss these budgets with you? With your committee?
They have not. We met with the commissioners on that Saturday, went through the budget, asked a bunch of questions, which we just got today. And, you know, an overview of the budget is...
Okay, thank you.
Yep. If there's certain questions that we have, we will fire away.
Thank you.
So of those departments, are there questions? Representative Crawford.
I'll put it up high. Medical examiner.
Yep.
So the budget was 3,500, actual was 750, now it's 20,000. Could you just give an explanation?
Certainly. County attorney is making his way up as we speak.
You want your write-up? Or you got it? Okay.
So the actual last year, so this is a newly created line to comply with the DRA standards. So the number that was plugged in was not an accurate assessment of what we spent last year. The number was actually in excess of $18,000 last year. And so when looking at that and the lines that from my budget that made up the cost to the medical examiner, they equaled about $20,000, which is why I chose $1,000 as the number for this year. Any further questions?
Representative Chaler?
My question was answered.
Representative Burrows?
Can I ask a dumb question?
can ask a question, no question is ever dumb in here.
Okay, medical examiner, I do watch forensic files. I take it that that has to do with determining cause of death?
Yes. Yes, for any unattended death in the county, typically the medical examiner is called and either comes out to the scene and does an investigation or does an autopsy in Concord, and we get the bill.
Thank you. I watch Dateline too. Thank you.
President McAleer?
Nothing here. I was just moving.
All right, questions on, any further questions for the county attorney? Thank you, sir. At the delegation's discretion, ask away. Hands up. Where do you want to go? Treasurer? Legal? HR? Any questions? Registry of Deeds? This is the expense side, not the revenue side. County Facilities? Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Clark?
Mr. Chairman, I have changes to some of those lines. Do we do that now?
Which ones?
The ones I asked you that. Are we just setting, did you set those out of the motion?
Yes.
Thank you for the clarification. I just don't want to miss my opportunity. Thank you. Okay. There are a lot of numbers there, so
Yes,
I
there
want to make
is.
sure I had it correct.
I want to make sure we have it right. Would you like to
Thank
read
you.
that back, Mr. Clark, so everybody is clear?
Okay, the motion is to approve line 4110, 4124, 4151, 4153, 4155, 4192, 4193, 4194, 4196, 4199, 4214, 4230, 4302, 4494, 4611, 4619, 4449. Thank you for stopping me, everybody. 4711 and 4721. 300.
Also move.
I moved.
Oh, you.
Seconded by Representative Brown. Not very often the chairman gets to make that motion. Mr. Clerk, would you call the roll?
Okay, the motion to approve the items I just listed off. Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Belcher. Yes. Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Here we go. Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pender.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passes 14-0.
Thank you. The county attorney's budget for the new number, 1394493, which includes 5 new line items. Motion to approve the new bottom line. Yep.
I'll make a motion to approve county attorney's budget for $1,393,493.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Representative Smith, any discussion? Mr. Clark?
Okay, the motion is to approve the county attorney's budget of $1,394,493. Representative Taylor?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
Representative Belcher? Yes. Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Hamlin?
Yes.
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pender?
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Burrows?
Yes.
Representative McAleer?
Yes.
Representative Page?
Yes.
And
Yes.
14-0.
Thank you. 4200 IT, what's the changes? What are the requested changes?
I'm asking you to increase the IT software line from, it should be $245,000 now, and I'd like to increase it to $288,189.
Okay, and the reason for?
When the budget, the main reason for it is when the budget was initially put together, we didn't have a final number on the central square system, which is converting the dispatch center from IMC to Central Square, and now we have a firm number on that. And there was also one software amount that was left out of the original, and it's One Source for the jail, is that what it's called?
Yes, the
Yes,
maintenance.
okay.
Yep.
And the IT director is here to speak to it if you have any further questions.
We got a twofer then, let's go.
And the sheriff.
And the
Right.
All right. So for the sheriff, without getting into any security issues, would you like to have an overview of what that program does, or is that something that we need to discuss privately?
No, it's okay to talk about it.
Okay.
Basically, it's the new version of IMC, Central Square.
Okay.
All your towns are going to get, if they haven't already, spoken to from the chiefs, I guess, about moving on to Central Square. So it's an updated record system is what it is, both for dispatch and for the deputies.
Okay. So that would be countywide
It'll be countywide, yeah.
and managed here on site?
To include Conway and Wolfboro for the first time.
Oh, beautiful. That's a great improvement then.
And the jail.
And the jail.
Yeah, the jail.
Wonderful. Okay. County attorney too? No? Representative Taylor, you had a question?
This is a warrant article I know in the town I was in. Did all the towns jump on board with this?
Yes, the last one was Wolfboro to jump on board, but they obviously passed their budget, so they're good to go with the move. It'll also bring on their old data, them and Conway PD, because they were separate entities. So whatever data they have on their old system, will keep transferred into the new system also, so they won't lose any records.
Perfect. Representative McDonald.
What line item are we going to put this under, this increase?
4200,029.
Yep, licensing and software.
Would increase it to 288,189. You're welcome.
$288,189 is a new motion.
I
Is
also
a
have-
motion?
Sorry, I have another change for IT if you wanted to do them together.
Yep.
I would like to add an overtime line to this budget. The department will be hiring a full-time person now that our contract has ended with the outside service. And that person will be an hourly employee, so there may be a need in emergency situations for some overtime. I'd like to add $2,000 and an overtime line, so it would be a 005 line with $2,000 in it.
And we can take that out of salaries.
No, the salaries would stay the same. I need an additional $2,000.
When is that person going to be onboarded?
We're hoping.
Tomorrow. No, really.
They've gone through, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, can I speak?
I didn't know you were still standing behind me, sorry.
Please.
Yeah, so we have interviewed several candidates, just waiting on the budget. And just depending on which candidate is picked, it could be fairly recent, or I have one that's like, they need like one to do a month's notice, 1 to 2 weeks notice, and one fairly quick. So that would be kind of the timeline of getting a new hire for the help desk
Okay.
position.
And for the help desk, this is a full year salary here, or is this a partial year salary?
It's April 1st to December 31st, it's partial, 3/4, yep.
Okay. Can we have the new bottom line?
I just have to add the two, if you're in agreement with the 2,000, then I'll add a line and,
All right, let's do the two.
so 766,616. A lot of six.
766.
766,616.
Okay. Motion to approve 005 for $2,000 and 029 for $288,189. Motion to approve those increases.
I'll move.
Smith, second.
Second.
Belcher, discussion. Would you give us an overview of what your department is going to be doing with all of your new employees?
Can you clarify with the new employee?
You're going to have 3 employees now, right?
Oh, yeah, so the help desk position will be kind of like the first guard that we handle help desk tickets, being able to help if they have, localized issues, so if someone has issues with password resets, or even being able to get the proper, they have a printer issue or anything like that. The help will be a goal to help alleviate some of my, running in and out, so I can focus more on the administrative side of what IT needs, so we can continue to increase security, harden our systems, and then build out policies which the county is supposed to have and maintain.
Perfect. Any further questions? Mr. Clark?
Okay, excuse me. The motion is to increase line in the IT 4200-029 to 288-189. And then line 4200-005 now will be new line item for overtime. Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes?
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Putnam.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passes 14-0.
Sheriff's Office. Thank you, sir. What is the change in the Sheriff's Office?
And the sheriff is requesting to reduce the town agreement expense to $46,000. Is he standing behind me?
He is now.
Okay.
This reduction is due to the town of Albany had their town meeting, and the budget was passed, that they cut some hours out of what they want to maintain for the patrols in the town of Albany.
Okay. So instead of 55, you want 46?
46, correct? And
46 even?
yes.
Okay. And that's for expenditures?
That is for expenditures, correct?
And you'll have offsetting revenue for that?
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions for the sheriff on that item?
Just the line item, Mr. Chairman.
It is 003, it's on the bottom of page 5. Yep. And the detail line will now be the new revolving account.
Unless you have no objection to putting a dollar into that line, it keeps.
So a revolving account would be in another department anyways, correct? Since you'd be off book.
Be off the budget, yeah.
Okay. $1 in the detail line. We have that new number. Anything else, Sheriff?
Not on the sheriff's account.
Yep, 2,139,453. 2,139,453.
All right, seeing as we're not doing much with this, 2139453, motion to approve.
I'll move.
Representative Woodcock? Thank you. Questions for the sheriff? Mr. Clark?
Excuse me, Sheriff, budget reduced line 4211 to 46,000. line 4211, increased to $1, for a total approved sheriff's budget of $2,139,453. Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Representative
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Hamblin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Petno.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passes 14-0.
Thank you. 4447, special outside services. Let's just shore up that department. That's page 8 in the middle.
Okay. The subcommittee met on 2 occasions. The first occasion, we had the different representatives from the requesting nonprofits. There seemed to be some confusion with the whole application process. When the outside agencies called in to request money, they were told of the particular criteria or policy that the commissioners had adopted. We as a subcommittee, and it created confusion, and we as a subcommittee tried to do our best to review those policies, but there are several different things that we didn't agree with. And we felt some people should have applied and they didn't apply, but we couldn't show them back the clock. So we had the folks that came in that had applied and asked them to come in and see us. And we spoke to them and received the financials and received what they were going to do the money on. And we feel that we've recommended to this delegation the individuals that would appreciate, do deserve, and would spend their money wisely on behalf of the county itself. You should all have a copy of the list of what we recommended. As you can see, we've got VA Hospice. We agreed with the commission at $60,000. RSVP, $60,000. 68 hours of hunger. That was a little bit confusing for us because there were groups from Conway and also from, I believe, Wakefield and Wolfboro that had requested money. But the only ones that had applied was, I believe, the one from Wolfboro, the NIC. Then we've got Carroll County Adult Education. We agreed with the commissioners on that. And then Bear Camp Valley School, after this talking with them, we approved or recommended $5,000. Then if you go down to the Adult Daycare Center, we approved $65,000. And then we also approved $5,000 for a way station, which should come out to be a total of $278,168. I guess in the future, we'd like to get some direction from the delegation on the policies that the commissioners have come up with. My personal opinion is I don't think they're fair. I think you should be looking at what the applicant has, what they do for services. There's some on here that residents of Wolfport don't get, but they are needed up in the North Country, up in Conway and Bartlett, through that area. And we do have needs in other towns, Moultonboro, Wolfboro, Tuftonboro, Wakefield, that they may not provide those services to Conway, but they do have needs to take care of those people, those folks down in that particular area. So as I mentioned, we tried to stick to the policies by the commission, but we didn't in all cases. So the new total is a set of $278,168.
Can you re-identify the additions?
Yes, sir. It'll be 68 hours of hunger, the NIC.
The dollars.
Oh, I'm sorry. 68 hours of hunger is $8,000. The NIC is $25,000. Bear Camp Valley School is $5,000. Washington Valley Adult Daycare Center is $65,000. And then the way station is $5,000.
Can you just tell everybody what the way station is?
Steve, can you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Way Station is a homeless shelter that's situated in Conway and serves the county residents mobily and in person. They provide support services, they provide some telephone access, they provide shower and cleaning access there at the facility, and they go to some of the encampments to help with the dispersants there. Tarps, blankets, those types of things, emergency stuff.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Smith.
I just want to bring it to the attention of this body that the town of Ossipee gave them $10,000 this year. So I know there's been talk of double dipping, et cetera, but
Thank you.
To which one?
Way Station.
Way Station? Representative Barros.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering if it makes sense in the future years in going through some of these nonprofits to look at their financial statements. And some of them have ratings from organizations like Charity Navigator to see if they're in good stead, where they're at financially. I think it's really important. I know a lot of us, when we make individual donations, look at that. I personally don't want to give, or the county, to give money to an organization that is not well managed and not doing what it needs to do.
I think that's an excellent idea. Representative Brown.
We did have a conversation about that. We thought we should recommend that to the full delegation, that we should look at more closely at the financials, and if there were available outside resources that had rated them, that we should use that. Although a lot of these are small, they wouldn't have that. We would make that a requirement. We'd say if it was available, that we should do that.
Thank you, Chair.
Representative Boycock.
Thank you. On the same point, we did look at that this year for those ones we knew about, but as Representative Brown said, some of the small ones don't have that, but at least it gave us a viewpoint. But we didn't make a requirement because a lot of these people wouldn't qualify, wouldn't have anything in that organization anyhow.
Thank you for clarification. Representative Brown.
Thanks. One last point on that waypoint, way station. It was one of those things when we decided that several of these agencies had applied other places, and some of them withdrew their application, but not all of them did. And based on what their presentation was, we decided to give that one agency additional funding from the delegation. We thought it was an important county-wide process, and that Oklahoma situation is very disturbing. So we did look at that.
Understandable. Representative Barros.
Real quick, thank you. I think one other criteria should be a conversation with the organization to see what they are doing for themselves for fundraising. I think a lot of them don't know how to do it, and I think it's really important that they learn how to also help themselves.
Yeah.
Representative Bucco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that we hand these nonprofits a form that asks for all that information, financial information that you're asking for now.
That's correct. Yeah.
And these first two are the visiting nurses and the RSVP. These are huge cuts that these little agencies. This one goes from 80 down to 60, and then the visiting nurses drops from 75 down to 60. So I guess I would ask how come they cut so much, and the RSVP is driving. And most of this money goes to pay for fuel, pay for gas, which is they're going to be hurting. They're going to be hurting this year.
While the chairman.
Representative Brown.
Thank you. While the chairman's looking for that, we did consider that in all cases, but we also looked at what's going on in our county as far as financial, and try to be responsible as far as what we do for charitable organizations and what each county resident is paying in additional cost themselves, and that we're looking at giving additional funds to these agencies. And when you look at what the commissioners voted for versus what we voted for, we still included some of these agencies because we still felt there was a need. We also felt we still had a significant responsibility to the county residents to keep their taxes as low as possible. So we tried to balance it out when we had the discussions, and it was some considerably lengthy discussions on all of these.
Okay, follow up.
Follow up, Mr. Representative Comeau, please.
Okay, you just said that you were increasing what they have been receiving in the past, and I don't see that here, actually.
No, I didn't say that. I said we didn't increase that, but we were decreasing some of those from the past. And as I said earlier in the meeting, that we're trying to establish that these agencies need to do some fundraising on their own, and they shouldn't be dependent on the county for these funds. Some of these agencies continue to present increased budgets for the agency every year after year. And what we try to do is take a balanced approach to this and looked at what they requested, what we've given them in the past, what the county tax burden is, and what the residents are having as a regular burden with gas prices, food prices, all that type of thing. So we try to do a balanced approach between the three of us on the committee to look at what we thought was appropriate, taking all those things into account, including the new commissioner's policy. So,
The new
the commissioner's 6-point policy that they adapted.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Page had his hand up.
1 second, Representative Challen.
No, I defer to Representative Page.
Representative Page, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you. A couple quick points here. I will say I personally think the commissioners do a really good job with their policy and applying their policy fairly. I would love to see us either adopt the policy as written as a delegation or work with the commissioners to agree on whatever revisions we think are needed. I think the disconnect between the commissioners and the delegation here means we have this conversation every year, and I wish that we could provide more clarity for all parties, the applicants, commissioners, delegation, all get on the same page, so that we're not kind of yanking folks around. So I just want to make that point. And then I just wanted to raise, and this kind of follows on Representative Brown's comment about organizations needing to do their own fundraising here. I don't want to pick on an organization that's obviously doing a really great job, but this is the third year we've provided support to the NIC. I know they just completed or are about to complete a capital campaign of more than $10 million. So I'm questioning why we're giving them $25,000 here. Last year when I raised this, I was told that would be the last time they would apply. I just double checked the minutes to look into that again. So I'm just curious again, given their financial position relative to some other folks here, why again we're choosing to fund an organization that's really well funded. And I don't at all mean to discount their value, as I would anybody here. These are all great organizations. But this gets back to the point about the policy and fairly applying the policy to each organization. If we're not agreed on the criteria we're going to use, we hit this again and again, and it starts getting personal, about which organization we like more or where it's based. So I just wanted to raise my concerns with that issue.
Noted, well spoken, Representative Page.
Mr. Chairman.
What's that? Representative Smith.
I said this last year, and I'm going to say it again. This body authorized the executive committee to do this work. I think the recommendations before us are bipartisan. I think they were thoughtful. There's a lot here I like, a lot I don't like. I think for our sake of our time, we should accept the recommendations and move on, because I think every one of us here is going to have a varying opinion on what's good and bad within it. And ultimately, this has to be a compromise amongst all of us. So I motion to approve $278,168 as presented.
Thank you. Second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Representative Cardinal. Commissioner Chandler, you had your hand up, sir.
No, I was just trying to make sure I recognize Representative.
Commissioner McGee.
In line with Representative Page, it would be helpful to the commissioners to get a feel for what the criteria is. Our criteria, if you watched our meetings, was we tried to, the original ask was $732,000 this year, which is serious money. And so when we went through it, I personally did not, I wanted to give it all back to the towns and let the towns decide. And have the agencies go to the towns and let the town taxpayers decide if they want to vote for the money or not, which I think is the right way to do it. But I was overruled on that, so we did a compromise, and we compromised to the point where we tried to look at the agencies that truly provide services to the entire county. And that's where our recommendations came from. And again, not to pick on the Nick, but I just don't feel it's right for the Molten Borough taxpayers to fund $25,000, of which we spend 25%, to give it to the Nick. And I just don't think we should be doing that. And if that's how we're going to go forward, then can we have some direction? So that I don't have to be the bad guy every year and do all the cuts and then everybody else gets attacked.
Ladies first, Representative Burrows.
Thank you. I agree with Representative Smith, but having said that, I actually agree with Commissioner and Representative Page. I'd like to know why the NIC is getting $25,000. I'd like to understand that.
Mr. Chairman.
So you punish a business that's a successful fundraiser for getting any money that is used by the residents of Suffolk Carroll County. You can call up the NIC, they can tell you exactly how many people from Conway go there for free. Baltimore can do the same thing. Any town in Carroll County, you can call them up and they'll tell you exactly how many residents go there. So you're going to punish them for being a successful fundraiser. That's what I don't understand.
Well, just to clarify, I think what Representative Page was saying, they had a goal, they met it.
Right.
So why is there a need on top of that?
Because they're still expanding. They just put up a brand new building that's going to be open to the public for free. They give scholarships to kids from Moultonborough, Tuftonborough, Wakefield to go in their programs. This all supports that. You know, we don't get any, I don't know anyone in Wolfboro that goes to the Mount Washington Valley Adult Daycare Center. How much do they raise? Do you know how much they raise in funds?
I have no idea.
No. So we tried to sit down, go over this. Everyone came before us. They provided the statistics of how many people use the facility for all of these things. We understand everyone's a taxpayer, but all we're asking is for fairly share the dollar with the entire county. They may not come back ever again to ask for the money. They've asked for the money this year. I don't think the policy, I appreciate the policy, but I don't think it's reasonable. We should be looking at each one of these entities as what they service they provide to the local community. You know, you could have someone that apply for money in Moultonborough, just that one town, and they don't get it. Our warrant article just has one thing on the budget, and that includes all the donations we do. Sometimes I heard we have 10 or 15 warrant articles for each donation. You know, I think we should work with the commissioners to try to come up with something that's fair and reasonable for everyone in Carroll County, all the communities that we represent. And that's what we try to do. We try to be fair to everyone.
Representative McAleer.
I totally agree with Representative Smith. This is the way it's written, this is the way it's done. I think we need to vote on it and move on.
Representative Brown.
So, I think when the committee met, we at first didn't look in detail at the commissioner's recommendation. We felt that we looked at each agency individually and what needed provided within the county. And we came up with our original list. Then Representative Woodcock and I spoke offline about our concern about supporting the commissioner's positions and making sure that we had a consistent policy, but we also felt that we're trying to transition these agencies from the county support to more private support or more local support. And that's how we came up with this list. But I also agree with Representative Page and with the commissioner that we should have a formal policy about what we're willing to support in the county, whatever it turns out to be, and maybe the delegation should have a subcommittee to figure that out for next year. But I thought that the commissioners made an attempt to outline something that would be acceptable to people in the county. And I think Representative Page has a very clear point that each year we go through this a little bit. It would be nice if we had if we could establish a policy going forward, but I thought the subcommittee did the best we could within reason to come up with something that was viable for our county right now. So I'd ask you to vote in favor of what we recommend. Thank you.
Commissioner Chandler.
Just a suggestion, maybe, at the risk of adding more work to subcommittees, et cetera, maybe your existing subcommittee could meet with the commissioners and maybe come up with a policy. May not, but might be worth a try. Instead of their meeting and coming up with one, and we're still coming up with another one, let's try to work one out together and see what happens. But
I think that's an excellent idea.
I'm not holding out a whole lot of hope, but nonetheless, it's worth a try, I think.
So ordered, Commissioner Chandler.
I'll be very on that.
Okay, Representative McDonald for your subcommittee.
Oh, thank you.
You okay to do that? We're working with
That would
the
be
commissioners?
That would be wonderful.
All right, fantastic.
Appreciate that.
Yep. And we'll have a policy to recommend to the delegation and the commissioners for next year.
If I may.
We can't do it today.
If I may, there might be some other people, including Representative Page, I'm not putting him on the committee, but I'm saying, I think he has a slightly different perspective, and it might be interesting to see if other people would be willing to go on that committee to flesh this out from a different perspective, maybe.
So from my take on that is you'd like a larger committee.
Well, I just think that we should open it up to anybody who felt that they had, as I would say, dog in the fight, or had more positive input in regard to this, a slightly different perspective. So,
Chairman McDonald.
I'm more than willing to, with these meetings, subcommittee meetings to be posted, and Representative Page is more than welcome to come and participate on the side of it. I'd like to keep the subcommittee as it is.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions or discussion? Mr. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Okay, the motion is to approve $278,168 to the 4447 Special Outside Services. Okay, Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pettinell.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay. Representative
Yes.
Representative McAleer, okay.
Moving right along.
Representative Page.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passes 13-1. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your work on the subcommittee, Representative Woodcock, Brown, and McDonald.
Yeah.
All right. Uh, 4723. That is the TAN interest that we will be paying. Do we have a interest rate on that?
Not yet. They haven't received it yet.
Are we looking at more than one bank?
We're, as of right now, we've asked for a quote from the Bank of New Hampshire. So
That's it.
right now, we're waiting on bond counsel to let us know how much we can borrow and how much of that is taxable versus non-taxable, and then we can move forward with actually getting information from the bank. So we're not there yet. No.
You gotta put something in there. Which is gonna be past the, deadline.
So right now, I've asked for $150,000 for interest on the TAN in the budget.
I'm concerned that's not gonna be enough, given the interest rates are in the 5s or 6s for those. do we have for last year? 113?
Should have had that ready.
Do we know what the interest rate was last year?
I should have had that ready, sorry. I don't want to speak off.
I don't want to misspeak again.
Yeah, we only used 62,000 last year.
We had a lot of, we had the supplemental money from the ARPA, so we didn't need to borrow much from the TAN. So around 5.2, 5.3 million is all we used last year because of that.
That's going to be at least double this year, huh? We don't have that cushion anymore.
I mean, we still have some of that cushion because not all of that money's been spent. The commissioner encumbered about 3.6 million, so we still have a little bit of cushion.
Okay. Motion to approve 150,000 for the TAN interest.
I'll move.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if, I didn't know if the treasurer might want to weigh in on that at all, or if he's okay with that conversation.
I don't have an opinion until we get a rate from the bank, but I think it's probably okay where it is.
We do, but we don't really use it. Because we have good cash flow.
Do you know what the interest rate is?
What was our rate? Did you remember what our last rate was recently, the one we had to use in the town?
Ours was not tax
Oh,
exempt,
right.
so it's not comparable.
Correct.
I think we'll probably be in the 5s with the exempt portion. Maybe slightly better than that even.
Okay. You guys all right with 150?
I'm okay, I just wanted to check.
Yep. I'm guessing it's going to be in the 5s.
Mr. Chairman, we were at 5.49 with the non-taxable portion last year, so it could possibly be in the 4s with a better rate environment.
That'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you for looking that up. Thanks.
All right, 150 it is. Good?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Everybody
I already made the motion.
Motion, second, McAleer. Mr. Clark.
Okay, the motion is to make line 47231 in the amount of $150,000 for the TAN interest. Representative Taylor?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Hamlin?
Yes.
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Petno?
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Yeah, yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Burr?
Yes.
Representative McAleer?
Yes.
Representative Page?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
$41, $49.15, transfers to capital fund. That is the,
Capital reserve.
for, just so everybody knows.
It's both replenishing the accrued benefits payout, capital reserve, and transfers into the, the capital reserve fund based on the capital improvement plan.
So here it looks like 23,000 or 223,000.
223.
And that is to replenish. I thought that account had 150,000 in it. But it says it has 200,000 in it.
One question at a time. Sorry. I will get the current balance in the fund. So it's a couple of, as to what the fund currently has, the commissioners are actually asking the executive committee after this meeting to move some money out and from the capital reserve back to the general fund. So it's kind of two separate things going on there. So the current, I'm gonna get you the current balance, hold on. Okay. If those transfers are approved later, the balance in our non-capital will be $53,590, and the balance in our capital reserve for capital improvements will be $143,000. So we'd like to keep $100,000 in the non-capital reserve. So in this, replenishes the non-capital and brings it up to the $100,000, and the rest of it that we're requesting to transfer to capital reserve for the capital improvement side.
Okay, let's do one at a time then.
It's tough because they're combined in one line, but
Yep,
I can get you an exact number on the non-capital if you want to replenish the accrued payout fund first.
Bingo.
Okay, thank you.
because I know that we want to keep some money in there, so we're not padding salaries for that.
We don't want it to affect salary lines when people terminate, you're right. Yep.
And do we have a, like what we could be expecting to pay out on that? Because we should be able to transfer that fund to almost zero at some point.
Well, we're always going to have earned time payouts.
Okay.
So,
right.
and vacation, yeah. There's not as much longevity there as there used to be.
Okay.
Also, starting in 2022 is when we first adopted the earned time program.
Right.
And with that, we went, if you were employed at the time, you were grandfathered, if you will, so you get 100% of your earned time paid out when you leave. If you were hired after 2022, it's on a scale based on how many years you're employed here. So off the top of my head, 0 to 3, you get 25%, then 50, 75. So the payouts will gradually get smaller, and as people are retiring, the liability that we'll have out there will decrease.
Okay, perfect. So what's the number for that?
$46,409.10 if you want the 10 cents. Okay.
46,409.
46,409.
46,410?
Yes, sure. Thank you.
And that is for, where's that going?
So the accrued benefit payout non-capital reserve fund.
We have a line for that? Oh, we did.
Yeah, we used to, and then when we moved to the new chart of accounts, I think it just combines the two I'm checking. Yeah, it's 4915 transfers to capital reserves. So I'm thinking in the new system, when we move over, I'll create sub-accounts under there for the next budget, so it's clearer.
Right. Motion to approve 46,410 for the non-lapsing reserve for benefits payouts.
So moved.
Second.
Hamlet Woodcock. Perfect. Thank you, gentlemen. Discussion. This fund was set up years ago to make sure that we had money in a certain pot to take care of the grandfathered in employees for the new people. Because what was happening is it was taking out of their salary lines to pay these people out when they left. So there wasn't a way to track what we had on the books.
It's really hard to budget for too, when you, especially when you had a small department, 2 or 3, and next thing you know, you've overspent your budget in the middle of the year.
Yep. Further discussion, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, excuse me, the motion is to line 4915, transfer the capital reserve non-lapsing fund payouts, $46,410. Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Campbell.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Penna.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Burrow.
I have to recuse, I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Representative Menkelly.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passes 13-0 with one refusal.
Thank you. All right, what is the next section? There was a new capital section. What does that include for the 200,000? Yeah.
So I'm assuming that we'd have a capital discussion because we need a capital outlay budget. I don't want you to have to flip through the spreadsheet or the capital improvement plan. So I created a cheat sheet.
Perfect.
On the back of it is the transfers to capital reserves, and the front is all the capital projects we're proposing in 2026.
Perfect.
Can I send these around?
Certainly.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind. Thank you. You're welcome. Maybe I do have
Actually, can the chairman get one?
There you go.
A little too anxious there, aren't you?
You don't have this, it's right here. One for Commissioner Chandler, and then...
You're going to put it on for Representative Page.
Yes, I can email it to him. Representative Page, I'll email it to you. I already have it.
Okay, thank you.
No. I'm not going to get much longer.
Because we already have somebody in there. One of us would drop.
So this is, you're requesting 1.197 million?
To go into the capital reserve, but that's, you have to take the, Mountain View community budget, because you already approved the Mountain View community budget, and Mountain View's capital is in their capital. So for this line, for the general fund, transfer the capital reserve to the capital improvement plan reserve, it equals $403,500, but we have approximately $150,000 in the capital reserve already, so that's why we're not requesting the full 403,000, because we have a balance already in the reserve.
So the executive committee asked for a,
I got a legal opinion, and it's on that paper that I handed out to you. Is
Yep.
that what you're referring to?
nope, I was
sorry.
asking for a priority list of what needed to be funded. Because it looks like 1.6 million is what we're being asked to fund right now.
We were going to drop that down. What were we going to do? We need to put more money into, no, go ahead.
So, I'm looking at the general fund proposed capital outlay. And that totaled 1.677919. That's what's currently in the budget request now. Last night, we also received the report on the water storage tank up on the mountain, because we've been waiting for the cost of the roof repair for that tank. We had a $500,000 placeholder in the capital ask. The quote came in at $800,000.
That's, well, keep,
So, right.
go ahead.
So the commissioners, prior to your meeting today, they voted on several budget changes, including this $300,000, adding it to the budget, but they would like to offer that, rather than increasing the budget, take it out of the amount that they've requested to go into capital reserve.
Just for the sake of not increasing the budget
Yeah,
below what we presented originally.
so, yeah.
And the water storage tank is a project that we haven't bid out yet. We really don't know what the quote is from the engineering firm, Underwood Engineering, who handles our water system. But we don't really know what it's going to cost, or if that's, they want to replace the current roof with concrete again. We're going to look and see if there's any cheaper than that, or we could do for less money. But if not, we can do another.
Okay. Representative Hamblin?
What is the size and purpose of the water storage tank?
We run a water system for, it's the whole county plus it's the source of the water for the water system for the county and for the 50 homes that we supply water to. We run a water system.
What's the size of that tank?
I don't know, it's the size of a huge swimming pool. It's a pretty good sized thing. I don't know what the physical dimensions, how to feel on it, but I think it's 50, I don't know, 5,000, maybe a little less big.
All right, everybody looked at that and understand the ask? Representative Brown?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Commissioner, in regard to this water tank, which is considerably higher than we had for the placeholder, you got the estimate from Underwood Engineering, right?
Yes, but that's not based on a bid or an RFP. It's just their best guess at having done this before.
Okay, so the plan, sorry, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you know how I am. So your plan would be, based on this, to send out at least 3 bids?
At least, yes.
And see what you get with contractors that specialize in this type of work, I assume.
And we're going to have to figure out how we want to bid it, because we've got to find out what system, what we can build for a roof. Right now, it's a flat concrete panels. The stone sits on them, and as with any concrete, it deteriorates over time. So the logic would say you should do something with a pitched roof. I don't know why they didn't do that originally. There's probably a reason, but I don't know that yet. So we'll find out.
Cheaper.
Well, that could be part of it. And by the way, none of it, we get no pleasure in having to do this, needless to say. It's a lot of money.
Anybody else have their question hand up? So out of these projects, which is a priority and which is a need, which is a want?
There are no wants in the list. Sorry if I spoke for Commissioner McGee, but
That's
sorry.
basically true. What we would rather do, if the delegation is agreeable, we'd rather forego putting in money in capital reserves this year and fund the things that need to be done, the actual capital outlays we're proposing this year, and fund those and not put anything in capital reserves for this year.
Representative Brown.
So that's a little confusing to me, that these are all needs and no wants. You need a new lawnmower. You need, new office furniture. You need, a new F-550. You need a skid steer. There's no way you can get around with any of these. I'm not saying that there aren't specific needs, that things are worn out. But I know based on my experience in the corporate world that everybody tells you, I need this. And when you tell them, no, instead of getting 1.6 million, you're getting 1 million. It always works out that we can survive. So again, I'm just trying to understand the needs versus want, and that you've looked at all of this stuff and said that this is an absolute need. I believe.
May I?
Yes.
May I?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I? Just remember one thing, and I know it's Captain Obvious, stating the obvious, but the nursing home is 24/7, 365, it never stops. Everything has to be done all the time. The water system has to work, the sewer system has to work, the roads have to be plowed when it's snowing, sometimes 3 and 4 times. Right, you don't want to buy an F-550 dump truck? Okay. But when it breaks and we can't use it, the road doesn't get plowed, and we've got to go find one. And the skid steer we put off and put off and put off. Can we get another year out of it? I don't know, maybe. I mean, these are the things we need to do. And you can prioritize if you'd like to, but at some point, if we need to do it, we'll come back to you and say, look, we have to have these things. Hot water heaters, boilers, things age out. Yes. Sorry.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The jail water damage, is that going to be all squared away after spending that kind of money?
Well, maybe. The problem you have with the jail is it was water damage, and some of it's hidden. Now, we're told there's no mold, and we're hoping that's the case. And based on what we know right now, yes, to answer your question, that will take care of it.
You won't have any more problems with leaks or anything?
No, we spent $700,000, I believe, to do the roof.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about that.
And so far, we have no leaks, which is a really good thing.
Administrator
I'd be really unhappy if we did.
Do we have your opinion, sir?
Absolutely. The roof went well last year. Haven't had any leaks since. Thank you very much. And now it's time to repair the damage that was caused from 20 years of a leaking roof. We had a company come in and do an analysis. They gave us a recommendation. We're putting that up to bid. We really won't know fully what's behind the wall until it's opened up. But there's a couple of select areas that absolutely need to be repaired. And while this company was looking around, we noticed that all the ceiling tiles that are in the jail, they're 22, 23 years old, they're all starting to sag. And we want to replace the ceiling tiles with some moisture-resistant ceiling tiles. So
very good.
This will encompass everything.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Just for the record, if we don't have to spend the money, we will. And if we can get more time out of them, we will do it. But we have two choices. We can either come back to you for money if we need to, or plan ahead, that's what we're doing.
I'd rather plan ahead, because,
I would too.
yep.
And as far, things like the demolition of the mulch barn, I mean, you know, I'm shooting the hip a little bit here, but I think we might be able to recover some of the money. We might be able to get somebody to take them down because of the beams and some of the old wood that's in there. I mean, and again, these are all things that, yes, go right ahead.
Commissioner Chandler?
Yes, thank you. I just was going to touch on that briefly. One, as you may know, I'm reasonably cheap, but all of these things, I do believe, I know it sounds unbelievable, but I think they are truly necessary, and they're going to cause problems if they fail, any of them, and we need to get ahead of the game. Regarding the mouse barns and cow barns, we have, and I don't have it here, but we have an inspection done by somebody which points out they're in a dilapidated state and need to be removed. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be so concerned. But if something happens and someone gets in there and we've got a report that's told us we should have taken them down, then we've got a problem, liability-wise, that's all. So that's why that rises to the occasion, in my opinion, of having to get it done. But, no, I agree that they all whatever.
All right, so we funded Mountain View for their 236, 360. I think we did that at the executive committee meeting as well. We approved that.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Burrows?
can somebody explain what Telford Apple is?
Yes, they can, yes, they can.
Administrator's here, Mr.
I was waiting for that. Yes, they can. I would have been disappointed if I was.
So it is a Dutch word that is loosely translated as a magic table. So it's a device that we use when we get, is for our residents with dementia, so they can play interactive games and things like that. So we actually brought the company in here, we vetted it, we've talked to other county nursing homes that use it, and it's for a resident that has a lot of dementia and also people who have more, have a higher cognitive status. So it will be used for all 103 of my residents. And it's a really interesting and unique product.
Could use it in the House of Representatives.
We'll send you a paper.
Representative Woodcock, please, I haven't heard from you in a while.
Thank you. In terms of the jail water damage repair and some of the other things, do we have any insurance revenue for any of that coming? None of that's offset by insurance?
Unfortunately, no.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Welcome. So what's the flavor of the delegation? What do you want to do? Go for it. Somebody make a motion.
I'll make that motion. It's Crawford.
Representative Crawford, please.
I'll second it.
We are doing the 1.677919.
With an additional 300,000 for the water storage tanks, so it's actually 1977919. Representative, what was your name? Would be willing to.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I concur.
Okay. We have a motion and a second for 1.677919. Do you want to entertain a motion for $2 million?
If you would like me to do that, I'd be happy to.
Representative Crawford moves. What's the number?
1977919.
And
Taylor? Second?
yes.
Brown?
So,
Richard.
never mind. I worked with the commissioners afterwards.
Thank you.
I trust them.
I think some of these can definitely be prioritized. Adding $2 million to the budget will raise taxes, and we should be aware of that. For the sheriff, your cruiser replacements at 180, how many is that?
It is 3 cruisers?
You moving into the Explorers?
Yes. Yes.
What's the longevity on the rest of your vehicles?
What's that?
The longevity on the rest of your vehicles?
Typically 4 years, There's a couple cruisers right now that have 5 years that will remain for another year or two, just because the mileage is good on them.
Okay.
So that's typically 4 years they're turning over.
Have you looked at leasing them for the 4 years instead of buying them outright?
We used to do that.
Yeah.
And then we realized that after 5 years of 3 cruises every year, you were losing a free cruiser basically if you bought them out.
Okay.
I don't know if that numbers have changed with the rates or not. It can certainly be looked into next year.
Yeah, if we need to flip your entire fleet, we should do it at once. That way we're not falling behind.
Yeah, you should not have to flip an entire fleet. It's 2 to 3 years.
Thank you. And the cruiser replacement for the House of Corrections is the same?
Yes, except our cruisers are way older.
No, you're getting a Explorer?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you want to flip my whole fleet, I'm all for it.
Not yet. Administrator Murray,
Yes.
do you have a priority list for these?
Yes, every single one.
I agree. Which one is more, give me a 1 to 10.
No, these are all things that need to be done this year. There's items that are in states of failure or about to reach states of failure, and they need to be done. They need to be done. They're liabilities.
So the annex heating boilers?
Yes, they're at end of life. There's certain parts on them that are not available anymore because they've lifed out.
So we're going to continue heating this building even though everything's next door?
Well, my office is here.
I'm just saying, you have a second floor.
And we use we have a lot of storage. Yes, I turn the heat off basically from April to October.
I like that. And the annex generator, we're replacing that?
Yeah.
Can that be part of the $2 million from the Shaheen grant?
No.
Okay. And we're replacing a boiler and water heater in the DPW building?
Yes.
And the heater?
Those are original. We've been spending a lot of money on repairs. The heater in the garage has got a cracked heat exchanger. Shouldn't be run at all right now.
Okay. And the commissioners are on board with this?
We understand it's a fairly big ask. However, things haven't been done in the past. You just haven't been done. I mean, unfortunately, it falls to the people that are there when it happens, and we're the people. So, I mean, we did an extensive CIP plan. I mean, we looked at every piece of equipment, everything we had, and believe me, we don't want to spend any more money than we have to, but honestly, we need the money.
The water storage tank, has Underwood identified any grants that we would qualify for, given that we're a public water body?
We haven't got that far yet. We just got the bid yesterday, or today, or whatever it was.
Yeah, the quote was late last night.
Yeah, late last night, so, no. We have more work to do. I mean, their quote, they said $800,000. Honestly, I don't know if that's what it is.
And that has to be done this year?
It appears. Roof's cracked.
Is it mandatory? We're under DES mandate that we need to replace that this year, or is this?
Not yet.
Okay, and they haven't identified any?
It's just structurally failing. I mean, it looked like originally it might even have been worse at one point, because we were afraid underneath the...
Yeah, I think we lined it at one point.
Underneath might be, what they're, I don't want to spend every afternoon here, but what they're recommending to do is to put, when they replace that roof, to divide the tank into 2 parts so that they can clean one side and not have to shut down the system altogether. Because we do provide water to all the houses, people need the water. So that's part of it, but we need to do a little more. And unfortunately, we have to do it right now because we're doing a budget, but otherwise I'd come back to you later. This is what it is.
Can't help.
Representative Brown, that's fine.
So, I've talked about this the last several years, and I understand that there's significant needs here, and that these are big budget items. My one concern that I talked about before, and I heard this several years ago when it came to the roof of the jail, that we can't find bidders we can't do this, we can't do that. I've commented the last several years that my expectation is that we'll get bids on all this work, so we get competitive bidding. And I'm looking for a commitment from the commissioners that that's to happen. I'm not saying it's going to happen on jail water boiler repair or something like that, but I'm expecting that on these larger ticket items that we get competitive bidding so that we can actually have the benefit of that instead of, and if we don't have the expertise to do the bid or look at these systems properly, that we get an outside agency to look at those with us, or even look for people that might have that expertise within the county to help us make that determination or come up with the right specifications for these projects.
And by the way, we'd be happy to have you help us if all kidding aside. If you wish to do
I have
that,
one item on here that
we'd be more than happy
glad
to.
to help you with.
I mean, I don't pretend to know. I don't pretend to know water storage tank roofs.
Many of these items are already out for RFP. They won't be awarded pending delegation approval, but they're already out for RFP.
Which ones?
The HVAC items, the demolition of the mouse barn, cow barn, maintenance of the maintenance garage, the generator, they're all out.
They're all out?
Yeah.
Including the water tower?
Except for that one,
No.
because we just found out what we need to put out to bid last night. So.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Commissioner Chandler, please.
If I could, just to assure Representative Brown that, that these will go out to bid. I can't promise you we'll get a bid, or get more than one or two, but they will go out for bid, that's for sure, no question.
Generally speaking, what I found is if you did them out far enough, I mean, we're kind of only going a little bit with this one, but generally, if you're far enough ahead of this stuff, it's easy to get bids, because if guys don't need the work or they can plan it, and it's trying to bid it out today and get them to start tomorrow doesn't work well.
Okay, the problem I have is the water tank. That should be, a lot of that should be able to be covered by grants, given that we're a public water supplier. Because we just
We
went
can
through-
go back and ask, and we can see, I'll go back and ask Underwood how critical it really, I know it's cracked. I just...
Makes it more palatable what you're asking for if we can take that out.
No, we recognize that. The problem is, again, going back to my 24/7, 365, the water system can't be done. So,
Right.
Should it have been addressed sooner? Probably, like we are. So.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, in the past, as they've come, we're in the water project for 3 or 4 years now, and they were able to get us some smaller grants along the way when they became available through DES. So I know that if we ask them, I'm sure they will look for us.
I'm sure DES will step up, and I'm sure there'll be some other federal grants that we can apply for, because we just did that in Wakefield, and they got a large portion of our water supply replaced with grant money. So I think that should be first and foremost.
We will definitely attempt to do that.
Thank you. Sorry. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question more to you to remind me, I'm later tired. If we allocate the full amount, almost $2 million, and if the water comes in significantly less, or we get covered by grants and we have left over hundreds of thousands, if we committed this now, does that money just eventually come back to us, or is there a possibility to be allocated elsewhere without our donation?
No. No, it would have to be spent on this item, otherwise it'd have to come through as a transfer. Yep. If we don't use it, it would fall back into unassigned fund balance, and then we can send it back to the taxpayers. Mr. Clerk?
Excuse me, motion to approve the 2026 capital outlay in the amount of $1,977,919. Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
No.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hamblin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Putnam.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Burrow.
Yes.
Representative Beckles.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
No.
Motion passes 12 to 2.
So that goes into 4915.
That's 49, you just voted on 4902, capital outlay.
All right, that's the capital one. So we did 49, the 4915 was the transfer for the pay.
Yep, the accrued payouts partially for them, and then the balance of the 223.5 would be 177,090 to transfer to the other fund.
What fund is that?
So, remember they're both combined in here, so the accrued payouts, you already voted on replenishing that one.
We're funding that.
Yeah. So the remainder of that budget number, the 223,500, I need you to put in the capital reserve fund. That's the capital outlay. The capital reserve fund information on the back of that.
I think we could,
Or do you want to skip? Well,
that's where I'm going.
gotcha.
We just gave you $2 million.
Okay.
Just give me that new number for 4902.
Commissioner Chalmers, is that okay?
He's good.
Yeah.
New number for 4902? Or 4915, so we can finish that. And 4902.
My laptop is recharging. Can I ask Representative McDonald what the motion was that passed on the 49? The
46,410.
4915 would be the total in that line, then the 46,410.
Okay. Yep.
And then the 4902 would be the 1,977,919 that you just voted on. Okay.
All right, we are getting there, people. Bear with us. You clear on the motion?
No. I'm on 4915, and what was the transfer going to be?
No transfer. That's just maybe the new number on that sheet.
Okay, so I have,
And the capital 4902 is going to be 1977919.
okay, we approved that already.
We approved that already.
223,500 on.
That's going to be reduced to 4610. 46,410.
I'm sorry, one more time, please.
46,410 for that night, for the 4915. All right, what's left? Financial administration, walk us through that. There seems to be a large increase.
Let's get back up there. Okay. The bulk of the increase in the financial administration, 4150, is currently that the payroll coordinator has moved from HR into the finance department. So so we have an extra person in that budget now. I do need to ask the delegation, it was voted on before your meeting today, to add $50,000 to 098, the contracted services line.
So that would be 70,000?
It would be 100.
For what?
We have a contract with Very Dunn, the financial consultants. They came in at the end of last year in preparation for the staff accountant who was leaving and to help us close out the end of the year. She resigned the first week of December and moved to Texas. And so we've had them in the background to help us close out the end of the year, onboard the new staff accountant who started mid-January. They're our liaison between the finance office and the auditor. They're performing a lot of functions that previously were done by the staff accountant. So we expect to transition them out, and we should only be a couple of more weeks with them, and then the new senior staff accountant will be ready to go on her own. Thankfully, we were able to find someone quickly with her level of experience and also municipal experience, so this has gone a lot smoother than we originally anticipated. So I know it's additionally, the commissioners have entered into an agreement with Blue Lion, and this is just a very tiny percentage of that line, to conduct the performance evaluations of all of the direct report department heads. That's only 5,000. That's not the other 95, but that's also included in that one. Currently, as of March 13th, that contracted services was at $58,000 spent.
Part of the problem we have, Mr. Mayor, part of the problem we have here is we have really no redundancy for anything. When people leave, I mean, our staff accountant gave us 30 days notice, but 30 days doesn't really mean a lot in terms of the learning curve for this facility. And when you have to go out, when you have to go outside, it's fairly significant to get people.
So without beating a dead horse, we've gone from a contracted employee to outside contracted services. And we don't have anybody in-house.
Temporarily.
We don't have anybody in-house that can handle the finances.
Oh, they can now.
Yes.
Barry Dunn is helping us through the transition and to make sure we didn't fall behind on anything, including closing the year, getting our TAN, going through a Medicaid cost report preparation, the financial audit, all of that stuff happens in the first, the last month of the prior year plus the first 2 months. So there's a 3-month really intense, and that's when we lost our staff accountant. Right in the middle of that. So we needed someone to come in and keep us going right in a straight line. And our financial audit was the 3rd week of February is when that was happening. So we had a lot that was happening really fast, and we were down a person and several holidays in between. And
we don't want any repeats of things that have happened in the past.
The $45,000 that you went over, we did a transfer for that?
yes, we did that out of the big transfer that last one at the end of the year. Yep.
Okay. And the reason for not hiring a new finance director?
The senior staff accountant is at the level where we feel confident that she'll be able to perform all the duties that a finance director would.
Okay, and we have 4 positions in there now? And
We
those
do.
salary lines, 309?
Yes.
And that was the same amount we had before?
The same number of people? Yes, plus the contracted. Last year, that's the same number of people as we had last year, yes.
I mean, honestly, most other counties do have a finance director as well as senior staff accountants. We think we can handle it without hiring a finance director. We will keep a very close eye on it and make sure that happens.
Okay. And we're going to use $100,000 of contracted services this year from outside?
Potentially.
Just work performed to date, I would anticipate at least 75. I'd like to have a little extra in so I don't have to come back and ask, the commissioners don't have to come back and ask you for any line transfers.
And all of the positions in the salary lines are full year?
Yes.
And they're full right now?
Yes, we're very lucky. We have no intention of becoming reliant on contracted financial services going forward. We just needed help getting through this transition period. I'm not letting anything fall behind.
We're not aware of anybody leaving at this point.
All right, what's the flavor of the delegation? Do we have a motion?
The bottom line would be 534709.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Representative Page, thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Representative Belcher, further discussion? The motion is to increase contracted services to $100,000. Any further discussion? Mr. Clark.
Okay, the motion is under Finance Administration 098, Contract Services, to increase that line item to $100,000. The new bottom line on the Finance Administration will be $534,709. Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
No.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Petnell.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
No.
Motion passes 12 to 2.
Here, go ahead. Be careful.
Who's next? We have the Executive Department, 4110, 4130. Does that require a non-public?
I would like to make a motion to go non-public on that, Mr. Chairman.
4130.
Okay, that would be 91A3:2, Section A.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Is it possible, prior to going into non-public, I just feel poorly for the solar project, we're sitting here since 1 o'clock. Is it possible to let the solar project go next, please? Is that amenable to the committee?
Okay.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yep. Solar Exploratory Committee Report. Have the commissioners voted on this?
We have not.
Have the commissioners reviewed this?
We have.
I will not ask for your opinion then.
What we're looking for is direction from delegation. It's a good program, it's a good project. It's not a huge moneymaker initially. The payback is very far out. And it would cost roughly, I'll let Mrs. Simpler make the presentation, but it would cost us about $100,000 up front. And it's break even for a number of years before we start to make money.
Mr. Sinkler, you have the floor.
Morton Sinkler from Sandwich. I just want to recognize the work of the committee. Bob Murray was on it and 3 other individuals. We started in August and we looked at a wide range of possible approaches to putting solar on the county complex. It's a place that uses a lot of electricity and it has a lot of space, a lot of sunny space, so we felt it was an opportunity here. We got it narrowed down to a 100 kilowatt solar array attached to the jail. It would provide about $30,000 a year of benefit to the county. And over the lifetime of the project, which is about 40 years, based on expected lifetimes of the components, it would generate about $1 million for the county. So it's a long-term money-making proposition. We also I looked into financing for this project from the Community Development Finance Authority, CDFA. They offer discounted interest loans, and we were quoted a 2.5% rate for a loan for 80% of the project. So I want to turn your attention to page 3 of the handout that I have. It provides a financial timeline with and without the loan for the solar project, the jail solar project. And I just want to turn your attention to the blue line, which is the case where we borrowed 80% of the value up front. You start out with this, basically any time the blue line is above 0, you are actually benefiting, the county is benefiting financially and the taxpayers are benefiting financially from this project. So at the outset, you're at a deficit of about $95,000. That only lasts for about 2 years until you receive an investment tax credit, a federal investment tax credit for this type of project of 30% of the project. That puts you above water. So in effect, the project, in terms of your initial outlay, it's already fully paid for after 2 years. For the next 8 years until 2036, the blue line is above 0. That means relative to doing nothing, the county is ahead of the game financially by putting this project in. At the end of 10 years, you pay off the remainder of the loan in a balloon payment, and that dips you just briefly below 0 to the tune of about $65,000, which is rapidly recovered. After that, there's no more loan payments, of course, so your full $30,000 benefit comes to the county and you recover very rapidly. So those two brief periods below 0 are the only actual investment that the county is making to do this project. They are investments in the range of $100,000 or less for 2 years up front and for 2 years at the end of 10 years. That's a very remarkably small amount of actual outlay that the county would see in exchange for owning a project that will generate $1 million of benefit over the following 30 years. So I think that's really my perspective on what we've worked out. I think we've tried to dot all the i's and cross all the t's in terms of including every cost in this. It would be my great pleasure to hear any of your questions and concerns about the project. So fire away.
Representative McAleer. Thank you, sir. In your studies here, in your numbers, did you project an increasing cost of electricity?
Yes, we put in a 2% inflation rate for electric power.
Okay, thank you. Representative Hamlin.
Thank you. So in the projected payback, in projected savings, how is that number calculated? Obviously, we're not going to have all sunny days. There'll be times when we're not generating electricity.
Right. So we have the project, and there's a way of, there are programs that let you estimate the amount of kilowatt hours per year generated based on sort of average weather for this area. And this project would provide in year one 180,000 kilowatt hours of electric power. That offsets power that is now purchased from NextEra Energy, which is the third party that we buy our power from. Each kilowatt hour is valued at about 11.5 cents under that contract. That's the number I use. That's the current price that we're paying, and that's the number that I used for the value to the county. 180,000 kilowatt hours per year at 11.5 cents, roughly, I think is the number. That contract is being renegotiated right now, and in fact, it will be higher. So I did not include that. Our next year electricity cost will increase marginally. Director Murray is looking into that. So that's basically, so the assessed amount of power times the cost per kilowatt hour is the benefit. I also include renewable energy certificates, which are part of a state program that credits kilowatt hours generated from renewable sources with an extra 3 cents a kilowatt hour. So that's also in the investment. That is the current law presently.
I'm sorry, Representative Brown.
Are you done? Okay, so a couple of questions. The first one is the federal investment tax credit that we can get 2 years afterwards.
Yes.
What percentage of the cost is that? Because I look over here, it looks like the cost is roughly 400,000 to 500,000, depending on which proposal we would go with. We're using the lowest one, but that doesn't.
If you're looking, go ahead.
So I'm looking at the estimates here from the total bids that the commissioners were given. I did speak to the commissioner about this recently, Commissioner McGee, and we're looking at the low price budget, but we haven't
Yes,
looked
that's
at.
correct. There's a new handout that I emailed and distributed, and I have extra copies of it. If you
I looked
want.
at it. I looked at it earlier.
You looked at it earlier. Okay.
So my question is, as with everything, as with some of the things that we've done here at the county, we don't always accept the lower bid because we want to look at the analysis between what the difference is between the bids, quality of product, the transfer switches, all that type of thing. We're using this lower cost alternative for our analysis, but I'm not sure that that's what we would want to do. But going on, so I'm just going to use the average, 453,000 on the bids, just for an idea. Then we're going to get an investment tax credit from the federal government of 115,000, is that what it is? Or would it be higher because we use a higher bid?
It's 30% of the bid, but it doesn't include the fencing. So there's about $20,000 in the bid for fencing.
Right.
So it's 30% of, well, part of the work of the committee was to recommend a specific quote.
Yeah.
So I really, I would go with the lowest quote. We discussed the equipment in detail. We have a retired solar contractor on the committee and others who've had a lot to do with solar power. And so we're comfortable that the value of the low bid is excellent.
So it's comparable to the other bids, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so going back to the federal tax credit of roughly 115, 120,000, whatever it is. My concern, based on the climate in Washington with our current president, that federal investment tax credit might not be there in 2 years. How is that guaranteed from the time we award the project? Is it pre-approved by the federal government? How does that work?
It is current law. It is it's an investment tax credit that was legislated with the Inflation Reduction Act.
Okay.
That act is being phased out. The investment tax credits for commercial, and the county counts as a commercial entity within this law. Those projects, if they have 5% of the project spent by July 4th of 2026, they will still qualify for the 30% investment tax credit. It is not a competitive program, it is law. So we are confident. They've published guidelines, we've looked through the guidelines. We're confident that that's really available if we follow the guidelines. The other is domestic content of the equipment in the solar project, and that is also true that the panels and inverters and so forth are all domestic manufactured.
So, thanks for that information. Yes, I get about 3. So, so the renewable energy credits that are currently available to the state, I actually received some of those. I think I did, because I have a solar system on my own. And it doesn't pay back for itself on my house anyways. But so the renewable energy credits, we have current law that covers that we're assuming will go out for what term?
That's valid for systems installed right now. I'm not aware of a sunset on that in current law. Is that?
I thought we recently voted on some of that stuff that changed that, but I could be wrong. So without the renewable energy credits, with the project, it would just not pay back as quickly?
It would just not pay back as quickly, that's correct.
And so then let's say, we assume that the delegation thinks this is a viable project. This is another follow-up, right?
Follow-up.
So this is not in the budget right now, right? Commissioner?
Correct.
So it would be something that we'd have to vote on today? Would that be voted on today?
That is your motion.
No, I'm just saying, otherwise we'd have to come back for
For a
funding that would be
supplemental
outside
request,
the
if
budget.
the commissioners approve the project, and then we'd have to approve the project, then fund it.
Okay. So then I guess, last question, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Have the commissioners voted on whether or not this was a project they would want to approve? And
We have not.
No.
We have not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, that's it.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Do we get a position from the commissioners that don't want to spin our wheels if the commissioners say they don't want it? That's one way to, if they say they do want it, it'd be a whole lot easier to figure out what we're doing.
While we could ask their individual opinion without a meeting, I don't think they could speak for all of the members.
Individually, 2 out of 3 here.
I mean, truthfully, I could argue this project either way. I could argue against it. Is it a really good use of capital? Maybe. Is the payback a long time away? Yes. Do we really need to do it? Probably. But it's not a bad project, and I don't think it will cost us anything. So that's where I'm at.
I have not made a decision one way or the other, and nor have the commissioner. Yeah.
Representative Taylor.
I'd like to ask Superintendent King if he has any comment outside of the financial aspects.
No, I met with Bob and the committee, and we've discussed the logistics and how it might affect us, and we're all on the same page. If we're going to go forward, then move forward.
Thank you.
From a facility standpoint, I'm on board. And from an economic standpoint, it generates revenue. Simple as that. I know it's not a lot of revenue, but it generates revenue.
Representative Burrows.
Yeah, the point I want to make is, these types of projects, I've heard feedback from people that, well, I'm not going to be here in 2036 or 46, and I think we still need to be looking ahead. A lot of us have grandkids who are going to be around, and so I don't think we should dismiss this just because the payout is going to be down the road. I think this is an important project. I know I'm looking out for my grandkids and their futures here, even when I'm not here. So that's my position on it.
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you. So It's mentioned in your proposal that the inverters have a 10-year warranty.
Yes.
How about the individual panels? What are their?
Their performance warranty is for 30 years.
Follow?
Not their performance warranty. The performance warranty says on day one they gather 100%, 30 years from now they gather 89%.
Yes.
What happens if it just dies?
They have a 10-year defect, manufacturing defect warranty. So if there is anything wrong with the panel, within 10 years, it will be replaced free of charge. But I think the performance, if they drop their output, that's covered, that would be covered with the performance warranty, right? I mean, if it's a solar panel and it just stops producing power. I think also there's a lot of solar systems out there, and honestly, they're known to work for many years. I mean, I have one at our home. It was installed in 2011. It's fine and dandy. So I think I have a lot of faith in the lack of need for a lot of maintenance, and the trouble-free operation of these systems is quite remarkable, really. So, and I think the warranty provides confidence in that as well. The performance warranty for me is a pretty good sign that the manufacturer stands behind these things.
Follow up?
Please.
Thank you. Okay, so year 15, 18, 20, whatever, an act of God takes out some or all of the panels. Is the county on the hook? Or is it a warranty going to cover those?
I think that kind of damage would be covered by the county's insurance.
More than likely, it would be, I'd have to check on it. More than likely, it would be.
It's a physical asset that will.
Physical asset.
Wouldn't it be covered?
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Just to simplify, if I recall, you said there's a $30,000 a year payback savings initially, would come out of the jail electricity account?
Exactly.
Theoretically. And then after that, the long term is about $1 million savings from the county.
Well, that's basically your $30,000 plus inflation adding up through 2066.
So we're talking about a solar project that's going to save the county $1 million.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just throw out a couple other thoughts that you might ponder about this whole thing too. So solar panels can be very useful, obviously, especially I think in individual applications, homes and stuff like that. But there's also the fact that solar panels are full of toxic chemicals. So some thoughts that are going on. We had it brought up, what if an act of God, something happens, major hailstorm, does a lot of damage? What happens to those toxic chemicals? And those wind up in the soil and the water. What's the cost of remedying that? And then looking down the road toward end of life of these panels, maybe 25, 30 years, whatever that is, they're full of toxic chemicals. What is the cost going to be to get rid of these things in 20 to 30, in that period of time, or to replace them at that point? These are all different things that I think we ought to be thinking about.
Can I?
Please, yes.
So these are silicon-based solar panels. The only toxic components of these panels are a small, very, very small, less than 10% by weight of lead contacts, and then a little bit of silver, which is actually not particularly toxic. So they're not there are cadmium telluride-based panels, which are called thin film panels, which those are fairly toxic elements. But these panels, this type of panel really doesn't have much that isn't in your run-of-the-mill electronics. In terms of, I mean, there's lead contacts, probably lots of lead solder in your home. So this is not really, these are not exotic in any sense, and they have a small amount of lead. And I also looked into the current recycling cost for solar panels. I called a couple of companies that operate in the state of New Hampshire and currently recycle panels, And the cost of recycling 250 panels, which is what this system would consist of, right now, today, is about $3,700. So that's now would come due in 2066. When you replace, you would most likely want to replace the panels at that time. They do decay. That's also in the calculation. The racking and the buried conduit would still be fine. So you could bring this system with a relatively low cost of a new set of panels right back into operation after 40 years and not have to spend for a whole new system. So the value of this, while, you know, the only thing I've calculated it for is for the 40-year stated lifetime, but honestly, it has potential to continue to pay value even beyond that. And I think it would also be a good opportunity at low cost and low risk right now to look at the opportunity of solar for the county complex. I mentioned before, there's a lot of power use here. There's also a lot of sunny space. There's a lot of space that's not making a lot of money right now for the county. This occupies about a half an acre of space south of the jail. Half an acre of space, $30,000 of revenue. To me, that's a very compelling use of some of the county lands to offset taxpayer costs.
Representative Bauer.
Thanks, Martin. My question is, can you speak to the positive environmental impact on the county for having these solar panels?
Yeah, I mean, your power generation does have negative environmental impacts, and this would provide on-site generation, local generation of power that, for example, basically leads to our state using less fossil fuels. Fossil fuels are expensive. They're prone to price shocks, as we know right now. So investing in something that doesn't rely on them means your exposure to those shocks and all the environmental problems that they cause, and health problems, air quality problems, et cetera, that they cause. This is a way to create a lot of benefit, a lot of side benefits beyond just the savings. But I mean, the savings are really compelling, but there are a lot of good reasons to invest in this now for the future of our county.
Two other quick questions, Mr. Sinclair, and I appreciate all the effort you've put into this as well. I just want to make sure I understand the warranty issue, because I have a solar system on my house currently, and I did a little research online before this meeting. But my question is, the warranty on these panels are 30 years?
Yes.
At 89% output or whatever, right?
Yes.
And then my question is, it's kind of, I think probably some other people mentioned it earlier, that you got this information kind of last minute before the meeting. Would these programs still be available if we decided to do this later? In other words, we heard from all the members of our working staff here that all the projects that we have are critical, and we're at a higher number than what we already wanted to vote for the taxpayers. So are these programs going to be available next year if we approve this for the next budget?
I mean, the big one is the investment tax credit, and that will not be available unless we get started before July 4th this year. I know that's a really tight timeline, but we've done a lot of work on this, and we did get started in August last year, and things just took time, but we had an RFP, the quotes were in January. So that would be missing, and that's a pretty sweet 30% to make, I mean, to me, it makes sense, if you got that 30% now, I think I would recommend using that, because it won't be there next year.
Okay, thank you. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to thank you for all the effort you put into this. Clearly, you're knowledgeable and you understand the process, but solar projects like this I've seen over the years, they always overpromise and underdeliver, and that is a fact. When you look at these large-scale projects throughout the country, that's a repeated theme. The other thing that we shouldn't hang our hat on is warranty. Solar companies are like the weather, they come and go. That is another fact. We say we have a 30-year warranty. 10, 15 years now, is our company still going to be around to provide warranty service? These are my concerns. I don't need you to answer the questions on that, because these are my concerns and my observations. And the other comment that was made by another representative was the environmental impact. In this state alone, I think 50% of our electricity comes from nuclear in Seabrook. The other 25% is from gas. So I don't want to get into the carbon footprint aspect, but we don't have a big one here in this state, like many other states do. So the totality of all these circumstances, I will be opposing this when the vote comes. But again, it's not due to your due diligence and your good work, so thank you.
Representative Taylor.
As part of risk management, and I'm very conservative, I think, could the numbers be run without the investment tax credit, without the renewable energy certificates?
Absolutely,
Just
yes.
when the commissioners work they have in worst case scenario. Thank you.
Representative Hamblin.
Thank you. So I just want to be clear on one thing. So the proposal that you put in front of us, is it based solely on cost, or are there other things that are not mentioned in this report?
I'm not sure what kind of things would you be referring. There's cost and there's savings. Those two things. What
Okay,
else?
so it was mentioned in this follow-up.
Please.
It was mentioned in your report that the other systems are a different type of technology that would, have more savings both earlier and later in the day, but yet you're not considering those. You're picking this one.
Those were, the other two quotes had panels with optimizers, and the optimizers they can deal better with partial shade on the array. We don't have a lot of, there's not much concern about partial shade down in that field. That was one thing. And then the retired solar contractor on our team said that the one thing that he had to replace, frequently on systems are the optimizers. So he recommended that for simplicity and reliability, the system, which is actually also the less expensive system, that he would stick with what are known as string inverters and no optimizers on the panels, and they work great. So that's I think what you're referring to with the choice of the specific quote that we made, and so we based our analysis on the production numbers that are relevant for that, from that quote and that system.
Okay. Do you have a motion?
I have a question.
Can we vote on this, Mr. Chairman, if the commissioners have not taken a vote?
We're either going to recommend or not recommend.
Okay.
We're not going to find, and if we recommend and the commissioners recommend, then we can have another discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to recommend the project.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second?
Representative Woodcock and Burrows for recommendation. Any further discussion? Ms. Clark?
Okay, the motion is to recommend the solar project. Representative Taylor?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
No.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Brown?
No.
Representative Hamlin?
No.
Representative Crawford?
No.
Clerk votes no. Representative Pettinell?
No.
Representative Bucco?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Burrows?
Yes.
Representative McAleer?
Yes.
Representative Page?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
No.
Motion failed, 8-6.
Where's the final vote, Mr. Chair? Final vote, please.
8 against and 6 in favor.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Sinclair, and your work on this. If the commissioners wish to resend it to us, we will take another look at it. Can we do revenue before we go into, so we can dismiss some of these people?
Yes, absolutely.
The executive committee liked the revenue projection of $17,350,506. That would be the committee's recommendation. We do have a couple of miscellaneous incomes, which is the leftover ARPA funds in line 024, and also interest down the bottom from the ARPA funds as well, which is $980,000. That is a one-time influx. There will be nothing behind that because all of the ARPA money will be expended. Any questions? And all the department heads that are here are satisfied with their revenues? Jared? Yes, we have to do the Albany.
Yes. Town of Albany voted to raise $63,540.
One more time?
$63,540.
$63,540, is that new line? Any other special details? Are we zeroing that out or leaving $1?
That's a question I would have, because that revenue from the revolving account would not go to the general fund,
Correct.
so
But we would need to see that somewhere.
It's gonna be tracked off
Off what?
budget, so that if you could keep $1 in there, just to keep the line open.
Sounds exquisite. Bailiffs are the same?
and those are guesstimates. We don't know how long, how much the court is open every year. Last year, basically, the revenue that we have on file was about $200,000.
Say that again?
It's about $200,000.
Yep, 195,534?
Yes.
Yep.
So I went off of what proposals were, but they were open more and required more bail-ups. So it is a wash, they reimburse whatever's used. So
So it's just a placeholder?
we can try and raise it, or we can just leave it at 140.
Whatever you want to have that number there, Sheriff.
So, I mean, it's nominal, but we can do 150. That offsets the 10,000 we lost.
Okay. All right, we have a
What line
mo-
was that, Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry?
What line is the one we talked about, the one that,
0.18 to $1,
I got that one.
27 to 63,540,
You got that one?
17 up to 150. We have that new number?
291,625.
One more time, please.
291? 625.
291625.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Registry of Deeds, you solid with that number?
Yes.
Thank you. Corrections, you are 161.
Yes, we're around 288 this year. Obviously difficult to predict who comes and goes, not really in my power, but
Understood.
solid that we've never made more revenue, so we should be definitely about 160.
Fantastic. And MVC, you are solid with that number, 13.9?
Yes, sir.
We got 15.9 last year.
Yes, sir.
Are we anticipating comparable Medicaid reimbursements this year?
Medicaid reimbursement, you know, goes up and down every 6 months, but
Yep.
I budgeted rather conservatively, so I'm confident with the number I gave.
Thank you, sir. What's the bottom number?
On the nursing home,
Well, actually, the total estimated revenue, 17,350. I think that has, we have to change that a little bit.
17,350, 506.
Yep.
Did you make changes? Sorry, I was looking at something else.
Yeah, 291,625 is the new sheriff's revenue, so that went
Oh.
down.
The two separate things. The nursing home is right, and
Yeah, nursing home is
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
13,931. I'm just looking for that new bottom line, so we can
Gotcha.
just vote on the whole thing.
Gotcha.
Yep,
Okay.
thank you.
Take me 1 second to go over the changes. Thank you.
That's what we were gonna go into executive session. For what?
Exactly.
Yeah.
The very bottom line, 17,337, 727.
337, 727.
17,337, 727. Yep.
Motion to approve 17337,727 as presented with the changes to the sheriff's revenue.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Representative McAleer. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Clerk's discretion?
Yeah, just give me ready for my...
Yep. We have Hamblin or Belcher make the second.
Okay, all set.
17337,727 made and seconded. Mr. Clerk.
Okay, Representative Carroll.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. President Pendleton.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes, yes.
Representative Woodcock.
No,
Oh.
we're 30,000 short.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passes 13-1.
Thank you. All right. Looks like we've handled all of the departments except for one. Anybody else have anything to bring to us?
We have to...
Need a vote to authorize the executive committee to make any last-minute changes to the budget up until March 31st.
So moved.
Representative Belcher, second. Representative Burrows, any discussion? This is a courtesy to the commissioners in case there's any last-minute needs or wants that did not make it into the budget at this time. Mr. Clark.
No responsibility first.
Correct.
The last motion is to allow the executive committee to make last-minute changes to the budget on behalf of the delegation up till until March 31st, 2026.
Yes.
Okay, Representative Taylor?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
Representative Belcher? Yes. Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Hamlin?
Yes.
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Petno?
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Burr?
Yes.
Representative McAleer?
Yes.
Representative Page?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
And motion passes 14-0.
Thank you. Representative Wilcox, do you have a motion? For the executive committee.
Oh,
Your motion would be to reorganize the executive committee.
oh, I'm so, oh, all right, yeah, okay, I was still lost, thank you. Yes, I do have a motion.
Thank you.
I'd like to reorganize the executive committee to move that, from the Democratic side anyhow, that Representative 2B Bowden replace Representative Bucco.
Representative who?
Budman.
Budman.
I will second that motion. Yeah, once she's sworn in, she will
Effective
make.
March 25.
Bingo. You okay with this, Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion? Mr. Clark?
Who was the second? Anita, were you the second? On that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I apologize, Representative Burrows. Okay, the motion is to reorganize the executive committee on behalf of the Democratic side, replacing Representative Bucco with Representative Budman on an effective date of 3/25/26. Representative Taylor?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Hamlin?
Yes.
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Petno?
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Your replacement.
Am I supposed to vote?
Yes, please.
You are.
Please.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Hurry. Representative Burrows?
Yes.
Representative McAleer?
Yes.
Representative Page?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passes 14-0.
He wanted it today.
I can't do it today. The subcommittee that I wanted to create was to look at the to establish the capital revolving fund. We had a spirited debate, a spirited discussion at the executive committee meeting about it, about the county being able to do that and for us to be able to control the expenditures out of that. On the back of, I don't think you guys got them all. If you want to pass these out. These are all the questions that the executive committee asked, and these are the responses from the commissioners. On the last page, we cannot limit what the next delegation will do, or the commissioners, if we set that up. However, if they're established for a specific purpose, they need to be used for that specific purpose. I just want to make sure that we're able to have that capital reserve fund created under the county, given that there's no legislation allowing or not allowing. So who wants to head that up? Don't make me choose.
Do a Prince Andrew.
And nobody's looking at me, I like that. Representative Brown? No? All right. So seeing no flavor for that, we will not even entertain it. We're done with that. So for the purpose of the budget, we are 99% done. We just need to set the tax rate, I'm sorry, establishing the compensation for elected officials. Given the fact that we've been here 4 hours, I don't know if we have another hour left in us to debate that.
No.
So, we have two choices. We can come back in May, or we can kick it to the executive committee. What do you guys want to do?
Kick it to the executive committee.
Representative Page motions to have the executive committee handle the compensation for elected officials for 27 and 28. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Mr. Clark? June, so we would have to meet, we can do it in April, but when we're doing the tan line, or we can do it subsequently.
Okay, the motion is to allow the executive committee to handle compensation for the elected officials of Carroll County. Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
The clerk votes no. Representative Pentel.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
He's not there either. Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Burrow.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I was looking at
Representative McAlee.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes. We've relevant.
Motion passes 13-1.
Thank you. Anything else to come before the delegation? Yep, just so we can release everybody so they're not here for no reason. Anyone else have any comments, suggestions, ideas? All right. We're going to be heading into non-public.
Use the restroom.
Well, for the people that work here.
Mr. Chair, is there a possibility that, how does that work with...
Like a recess?
No, how does that work with technology?
So Representative Page, the only one on is Representative Page.
That should be okay.
Did I miss the vote on authorizing the EC to do sand?
I think yes.
I thought we did that.
Okay, just wanted to.
Yeah, we did the minutes, then we did the sheriff twice, so it should be vote number 5.
Just want to say hi, long time no see. I never run into you again here in town.
We got it.
Good to see you, Sam.
Recess, 5 minutes.
Did Anita drive you down? Oh, you did? It's a good thing. Thank you for texting Everyone's seen it.
Oh, yeah. It's like the week before Christmas, you know. It's a really good
At least it's warm. Oh, there's not.
Carol, you have to run fast.
You
Out of West Virginia. I've been down to West Virginia. We used to fly in Charleston, over to Huntington,
Yeah, I love it.
to have a brand new battery.
For any sport.
Give her a check. I got a granddaughter, she's on Home of Fame, she won the Big East Championship here. She didn't know it. That was her freshman year.
That's the point. You can't see any recognition.
Well, unfortunately, she was No, she wants to be.
Yeah, no, it also a better background.
Three inches of the ground. Are you serious? What's about freezing now?
We've already signed up for controller, but we made our conversion to 50. And so if you were signed up before and transitioned over,
It's one of those things.
The answer is no. Yeah, well,
This is the,
so if you're signed up for Property Watch on your old website, there's no conversion over, but if you want another shot at it,
you know what's really cool? My granddaughter.
again, just go to our website, it's right at the top. Okay, thank you.
She's 3. But she's
You should. And always bring the dog. So sweet.
He's a little anxious.
Most of just stand there at that age.
No, I saw her steal the ball from the content, and she kicked it over into a strike, and she's like, I scored! I'm going to run to get a striker over there, and she's like, it was so funny.
She'll be here.
this is the website.
I love watching my,
Here.com.
Nope, it's just, it's a service on our website.
It's here.com.
We get notified
All
anytime.
that computers, they send you a kit.
Yeah.
We do the audiology just in your house.
Yes.
It's in your thing, it's on laptop. You do every year, you do the whole thing, say everything, turn it on, you see right there. It's an audiologist, you get a special tool. From there, and then from there, they get information they use. From there, they get the instructions, how it works, and then they're gonna call you back, because you're gonna have follow-up, follow-up. Now, put make sure you wanna do this, people answer any questions, and then you gotta start. It's like 9 days, if you don't like it, it doesn't happen. And the insurance, I think we're like 4,000 people. Yeah, and I think I'll go for it. whether your fault was playing raising case, it works really well. I have no control. Right? You can change it.
It's part of our, it's part of our software, yeah. Yeah, my husband's published.
Also by the spices.
I don't know, I have a press release, but I've been so busy with different versions, I haven't gotten out to it.
If you're not recording or something, you go to the...
It's not get lost.
Yeah, I guess I don't get it.
I was impressed.
I know.
So if someone's trying to create a form, catch all these.
All right, are we ready?
Quiet the room down before we start.
Quiet the room down.
No, I haven't.
We haven't entered non-public yet, we're still in our public meeting. Do we have a motion to go into non-public?
I'd like to make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second. Under New Hampshire RSA 91A3:2, Section A. Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman. So that RSA is the dismissal, promotion, and compensation of a public employee. Given that I am the employee in the last remaining budget, I would ask that we hold the conversation in public.
Okay, we can do that.
Thank you.
Is there two positions in this budget or one?
Two.
Is it filled?
Not yet.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
It may be advisable to add C to that for reputation.
Well, since we don't have to go into non-public, we will.
Okay.
Remove the non-public motion. Thank you.
I'm fine with it, doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'll carry it. Yes.
I still make the motion.
Melissa's position, with delegation, kind of not. It's my understanding.
Would you like to withdraw your motion, sir?
She's going to require.
I'll grant that request.
I'll leave on my motion.
So the discussion is on the executive salaries, actually the executive, which is the former commissioner's budget, the 246,254. Commissioners, you want to walk us through that?
I would like to walk you through that. First of all, I'd just like you to recognize some of the things this person does. We have two people, we have a potential second person that we want to hire, which would be split between HR and admin. Because of the fact that we do not technically have a county administrator or a finance director, our executive director functions in those capacities to some degree. And having done an extensive survey of what people receive for compensation in those positions, we feel what was recommended is appropriate. And I would ask to respectfully ask you to approve our budget as submitted. It's not excessive, and believe me when I tell you, there is great value in the money we're paying.
Representative Burrows.
Yeah, Commissioner, can you tell me what the sources you contacted in terms of
The actual counties.
The counties
In New Hampshire. The median pay for a county administrator was around $140,000. And it varies from 175 or 80 down to whatever it was. However, we came up with the median, that's what it was.
follow-up, please?
Please.
And can I ask, to call you Melissa here in the meeting. Yeah, do you work at the county facility, or do you work elsewhere?
Here,
Okay, so you don't work out of your house, you work here?
we all of us, well, not all of us, many of us, all the department heads have the ability to work both. So on Sundays, if I'm doing county business, I'm doing it at home. On Fridays, I'm here. So it's wherever it needs to happen, it happens.
Okay, thanks.
Sometimes in my car.
Representative Brown.
So, Mr. Chairman, just a reminder, folks, when Melissa last year resigned her position as the delegation coordinator, I was one of the first people to say, I'm fine with that. She has a right to do that, but I also said that if she's going to resign from that position, that she shouldn't have the salary that she was getting for doing both positions. And at the time, a number of people agreed with that, but we decided as a delegation that we would hold this discussion later in respect for her until the end of the year, basically, which we pushed that off on several times. So I just want to remind the delegation that many of us had that conversation, felt that it wasn't reasonable, that although she did what I thought was quality work, that if she was not going to have the position, then she should not have the appropriate pay for that. And I asked also at the time that what was the pay that she'd been given when she took the position, and that if that was the case, then that's what we should reduce her pay by. Very simple proposal at the time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Bowers.
Thank you. I may have wrong information. Somebody told me that you were just, the delegation part of it was just $200 a meeting, or is that not correct?
I've been working, or I had worked for the county delegation for 11 years.
Yeah.
Prior to me coming on to work full-time at the county, I was paid $200 per meeting, whether it lasted an hour or today, and all the preparation that went along with it. So I received $200 a meeting. When I came on as the executive coordinator in March of 2020, it was just part of my job.
Okay, so you didn't get the 200?
There was no separation.
Okay,
There was
got
no
it.
separate budget lines. I wasn't charged to the convention. It was just part of what I do here.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have an MOU with the counties, with the commissioners? Like some previous administrators have had an MOU. Do you have anything like that, an agreement?
I do not.
Any type of verbal commitment to you from the commissioners?
Just a signed job description and a status sheet to hire from the very beginning.
Thank you.
I don't believe we're allowed to do that. Any contract we write has to be, I believe, written with the understanding that it's based on funding from the delegation on an annual basis.
Okay, thank you.
Specifically because of the transfer law, the line item transfer law. Each line stands on its own in a county budget versus like a town where you can move around in your operating budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Follow-up?
Yes. What's different in the responsibilities you have now that the county administrator had when he was working or she was working here? What are the differences in the job that you're doing between the two?
None.
Thank you.
Representative Taylor, I'm sorry.
For my own education, I assume the Department of Corrections and the nursing home have job descriptions and a job evaluation classification procedure. I was getting the impression that does not exist in the executive operations. Is that correct?
No.
I just need a little more clarification, sorry.
Okay, number one, job descriptions, they exist, you just mentioned this to us. And then evaluation of jobs is usually done against a salary plan and things like this.
We don't have a scale.
So
Only in the jail.
Okay, follow up.
Please.
So the human resource people not only handle all of this, and are they into this equation that we're discussing, or?
We have a wage study.
Yes, we do wage study.
Okay.
They're part of it.
So lastly, do they have a recommendation, to be fair to all of the other county employees? Do they have a recommendation? Does the Human Resource Department have a recommendation for these positions where we seem to be discussing?
The commissioners made the recommendation.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
But there are parameters for high, low, and positions. For pretty much everybody. I mean, and our HR people do that research on a somewhat regular basis.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, I might be a little confused, I might have misheard, I just want to make sure I understand. So we approved a fairly sharp increase in the finance office not long ago here. And we were told, we can get away without having a chief financial officer, we have a qualified person that's in that role. But was I mistaken that part of the justification for requesting this increase in the executive is linked to finance responsibilities? I'm understanding that.
Well, as it stands right now, part of my responsibility is the oversight of the finance office.
Correct. Okay.
So they are direct reports to me. I just happen to be in the executive budget, but it's one big office and we're all working together.
Just to be clear, Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, if you look at most of the other counties, they have a finance director and a county administrator, plus other people under them. Belknap County has a staff accountant, and they have an assistant, I believe they have an assistant administrator also.
Are they comparable size? I'm sorry.
Slightly bigger, I think Belknap is 60,000, 65,000, and we're 55,000 people. Geography-wise, I'm not sure.
Thanks.
Representative Smith. Thank you. I guess this is a question and a statement towards the commissioner. So, did you sanction the resignation of the delegation coordinator position by your employee?
Did I sanction it?
Did the commission sanction it?
No.
You didn't. So, I'm a selectman. If my town administrator walked into our selectmen's meeting and said, effective this day going forward, I am going to no longer participate in the municipal budget process. I am not going to do the paperwork or the administrative duties, etc. I would find that odd for my town administrator to do that without expecting a commensurate reduction in pay for relieving himself of all those duties. And that's why I asked, did you sanction that resignation of delegation coordinator?
Do you really want to go here?
Sure.
Okay, we'll go here. You, the delegation, voted in front of Melissa last year not to give her a raise. For whatever reason, I do not know. And she was deserving of a raise. And she was very upset. And yes, would I prefer she didn't resign as a delegation coordinator? Yes. People make mistakes. Maybe it was a mistake. But the fact remains, I felt it was very bad form for you in front of her not to give her a raise. And you do not run the county. The commissioners run the county. We are here every day, and believe me, if I'm not here, I'm on the phone every day. I know what it takes to run this place. It's 24/7, 365, every minute of every day this place has to run, and somebody has to run it. And believe me when I tell you, you'd be hard pressed to find somebody to do it better than Melissa. And I would say that I would be hard pressed, and I speak for myself and not Commissioner Chandler, but I'd be hard pressed to do this without Melissa. She has institutional knowledge you just can't gain overnight. You just can't. Even Sam from Wolfboro, I mean, there's a learning curve, and you don't underestimate the learning curve. I find out stuff, and I've been here 3 years. I've been 3 years in June, and I'm still finding out stuff. I just would ask you to consider that.
Commissioner Chandler.
Yeah, thank you very much. I, unlike the chairman, am not down here as much as he is, and I will admit that, but nonetheless, I'm still very interested, and I can tell you that without Melissa, I honestly don't know what I would do, but I'm sure we'd get by somehow, but she's just an invaluable source, and with all her history here, and the amount of work she does outside of the days that she's actually here over in the office is incredible. I mean, Sundays, we get agendas Sunday nights for our Monday meetings, and I can't overstate her willingness to get things done and provide us and you with necessary materials to do the job. And I honestly say, I mean, I don't say this easily, but I do say this easily to her, that I don't know what we would do without her. She's an invaluable resource, I can only tell you that. And it would be too bad to not pay her commensurate with what other county folks are getting paid, in my opinion.
Representative Smith.
Yeah, that's not my point of her merit or her performance, because clearly it's good. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a major portion of the job that was just put aside without being sanctioned by her bosses. That's what I'm speaking to. And then we, as a delegation, had to go and hire someone else to take that role over. That's what we're talking about. That was my point. Thank you.
Representative Hamlin.
Thank you. Notwithstanding the good job that she's done, but what percentage size increase are we talking about here for the position?
We're talking about a significant increase, but again, the voters elected the commissioners to run the county. You, in my opinion, are oversight. Your job is to make sure that we're doing it correctly. And to tell us what we need to do it is unfair. What we're saying here is, that what I'm saying, and I'm hoping Commissioner Chandler agrees with me, is we need dedicated people who can do the job, and we need to pay them commensurately. And all we're asking for is a reasonable increase for Melissa. And to bring her into, and if you don't want to give her the job, then we can hire a county administrator. But this county needs somebody in that position. Every other county in New Hampshire has a county administrator. Somebody has to manage the people. Yes, we have department heads, but trust me when I tell you, and again, I'm here a lot, and I can't even begin to tell you the things that come up on a daily basis. And somebody has to, I mean, Melissa writes grants. Melissa, she fills in for people when they have, we don't have redundancy here. People get sick, somebody's got to continue to do the jobs. Again, it's 24/7, 365. And mistakes cost money. We got fined $150,000 for a nursing home mistake. We can't afford those mistakes. And it's critical to have key people. I know I didn't answer your question, but I don't want to.
Follow up?
So, yeah, I'm uncomfortable not knowing how much of it, it's a percentage increase.
We want to take it to 130,000. From 103.
So approximately 30% increase.
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Burrows, ladies first.
Oh, I mean, I have the same question, but I just will make a comment. I mean, yeah, your role is to oversee the county, but our job is to oversee, is to make a decision on the budget, and this is very much a part of it. So, I agree with you, but this is part of our job.
If Alyssa quits tomorrow, and you have to hire somebody, you're going to be paying her probably more than $140,000. You'd be lucky to get somebody.
I thought it was 130.
It's well, it's 130 for her, but 140 is the median that you're paying right now. And we can debate whether you need the position or not, but since I'm on the ground, you'll have to take my word for it.
Representative McNamara.
Thank you. I would like to recommend that we follow the commissioner's position and vote for that increase. Anybody second it?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. What is the increase?
I believe it was...
It's from 103 to 130.
103 to 130.
103 to 130. We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Representative Taylor.
I don't feel comfortable voting for a salary of anybody in the commission except for the reimbursement of the commissioners themselves by this delegation. I think that's the job of the commissioners and the Human Resource Department. I just don't see us reaching down below the commissioners on establishing salaries and benefits. That's just the feeling I have from my human resource experience with a commercial company.
Representative Brown.
If I may, in response to Commissioner McGee and what he just said about the responsibilities of the commissioners, I feel that the commissioners do have an obligation to do the day-to-day work. But I did spend 7 meetings in the last 2 weeks with the Secretary of State regarding the authority of the delegation and the authority of the commissioners. And the Secretary was clear, and this was in response to a different issue. But during that conversation, the Secretary of State said that we absolutely have complete oversight over the county, its funding, and its basically its overall mission. And that the description was that we have legislative authority over everything that happens in the county, including the budget process and funding. And that the commissioners basically have executive authority to act on that within the guidance of the delegation, including the funding and the salaries. And as you've noticed over the last several years, since I've been here, we get into pretty detailed examination of the budget. So I want to make sure that that's clear, that we do have the authority, and we do have the authority to go down to whatever level we feel is appropriate to be responsible. But I also want to say that I've had nothing but good dealings with Melissa. I've always thought she's done a great job. I was very disappointed when she resigned. But I feel that part of my executive authority in the delegation is to make sure that the people are paid right and treated fairly. I've had numerous conversations with my commissioner, since he represents 3 of us representatives that live in Marlborough, in regard to this over the last several months. And I felt like he's been honest and upfront about his position, very loyal to his employee. And I've also indicated that although I don't agree with what happened at the time, I felt that as a delegate, I had the responsibility to make sure that the pay was appropriate. And I'm not saying that Melissa doesn't deserve an increase for the job that she does and has continued to do despite issues with the delegation. I think she does a great job. But I'm not sure that the compensation, based on my experience as an executive, that a 30% increase is appropriate at one time. So I will not be voting for the 30% increase, but I'm not saying that I wouldn't vote for an increase for her. I think she's a good employee who's done good work for us, and she has the complete confidence of the commissioners. I just think that we need to make sure that the compensation is appropriate, like Representative McAleer motion. He feels it's appropriate, but I'm not sure that everybody else does. So, again, I feel that Melissa does a great job and always has done what I've asked her to do. So, but I think that as a delegation, we have an obligation to be responsible for the funding, to support the commissioners where we can, and to look at this in a fair and impartial way, that we need to look at this as a position, not as a person. It's that simple. Thank you.
President McConnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, in 2025, you were approved, your budget was approved for $94,603 for the executive. Is that correct?
I'll take your word for it. I don't have a problem.
Well, thank you for your true answer. I appreciate that. So what is she getting paid now? What's the salary now?
salary?
The current salary is 103,000. We did not hire a finance director. I was put into that role to oversee the finance office, and when it came time to give me that additional responsibility, there was an increase to 103.
Okay, one more quick question if I could.
Sure, follow up.
Thank you. The $151,060 that you folks have requested, how much of that is for an additional part-time person?
Yeah, I do. It's only nine months, of course, so 1 second. So at the 130,000, if the executive director position goes to 130,000, that would require 123,250 to get us through the rest of the year. And
Okay, so the 151 minus the...
minus 123,250. Yep.
The 151 represents.
Right, he's asking about the two positions.
Representative McAvoy, you got a question?
Not a question, sort of a statement. I just don't think people are listening to what the commissioners are telling us, is that Melissa is, maybe she's not doing the delegation anymore, but she's doing all these other things that we don't need to hire a second or third person to do. That's the way I understand it, and I think that, quite frankly, I would never do that job for 130. I'd be asking for a hell of a lot more. Knowing what she does, every time I've called her or talked to her, she's been absolutely wonderful. I think she deserves more than 130, but if she's willing to accept that low amount that we're offering her, more to it.
Well, if I may.
Commissioner Chandler beat you to it.
Oh, okay, go right ahead, Commissioner Chandler. No, go right ahead.
No, I hope we don't get stuck on the percentage increase, because we're talking about different positions. I mean, this is a county administrator, not an executive director, and an executive director was paid X amount. So I don't think we should be, in my opinion, we shouldn't be stuck on the percentage of increase. If you want to think of that, that's okay, but I hope that's not the defining moment. I mean, I think we need to look at what is a fair salary to pay an administrator, and what our administrators getting paid in other counties, and how much would we have to pay to have an administrator come here. I think those are the things we need to consider. Thank you.
Commissioner Ringy?
And I don't want to go too far down memory lane, but we were paying an outside contractor $168,000 for 2 days worth of work. Now, it was more than that, but it was a significant amount of money. And I just don't want this to be about the money, really. I would prefer it. We're not asking for an exorbitant amount of money, and the value is definitely there. And I will close with that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Representative Brown.
I would like to make one last point. During our discussions, and I think this is why I asked to have the meeting non-public initially, was so that we could discuss, for instance, just what Representative McAvoy was talking about, that this is a different position as far as he's concerned, or Commissioner Chandler said the same thing. What I asked, quite simply, was, and again, this is based on my experience, if you're fulfilling a different role, getting promoted in a different role, and typically there's a job description that talks about what that role is, what the additional duties are from what the person had before. And I haven't seen that. And that's what I'm used to getting before I give someone a job or a significant increase. I'm not doubting that the commissioners believe that she's doing a job that's considerably different than what it was a year ago. But I haven't seen what I asked for as far as, or gotten a presentation for what I asked for as far as what the duties are compared to what they were before. And I think it's a pretty simple ask. And we have the people that are here now that can tell us what the difference is, whether it's Melissa wants to expand on
She's
that.
functioning as a county administrator.
Okay, that
That's
is
the
not
bottom.
a...
What does a county administrator do?
Okay, well, that's what you need to tell
I
us
can take-
differently from
there's a
what...
job description.
Excuse me, let me finish, please. I need you to tell me what the job responsibilities are from what they were that would justify the increase. Okay, it's a simple question, and I'm not against it. I'm not against giving her a raise for increased responsibility. I've said this over and over again. I said my initial discussion with this was based on the fact that she resigned from our position, and as a delegation, most of us agreed that if she's resigning from this and doing the same job, she should not get the same rate, same salary. Okay, then it's progressed into she got an additional $12,000 for doing some additional responsibilities that the commissioners conveyed to me, which I said, fine, I'm okay with that. But if we're giving her a higher position, which I'm not saying that that you don't have the right to ask for, then just give us the description of what the additional responsibilities are from what she currently has at $106,000 salary. That's all I'm saying. I need to get some justification for what we're doing, other than saying, now she's the county administrator, okay? The county administrators in the other counties might be doing a different job. And, last thing I'm gonna say, I support the commissions that we have. I support what you've done as a chairman for the committee, but I don't think this is a big ask. That's all I want. I don't think it's a big ask. And if you can show that to the delegation, that this is a significantly different role, that deserves this responsibility, that I don't think people would not be willing to support that. But we haven't seen it. And that's all I'm asking about, and that's all I'm going to say about it for the rest of the day.
May I have just one more word? It's
Not going to have any back and forth. Do you have a comment?
In any organization, we all know that when people start in one position and move up the ladder within a company, they frequently do not get the compensation they would get if they left and went to another company or what came in at that position. Melissa took over the responsibility. She really didn't she took over the responsibilities when the other people left. And we never compensated her to do it. That's what it really comes down to. And all we're really doing now is bringing her up to the level of what she should have gotten when she took over. And I'll leave it at that. If you'd like to comment.
Representative Barros.
I'm just going to say, I agree with Representative Brown. I personally can't vote on this, and I will abstain until I understand the difference. I just can't.
Representative Carroll.
Thank you. Just for some clarity, and there's probably some steps I'm missing because of the lack of institutional knowledge. We have to keep the personality separate from the position, right? So it sounds like you're seeing a need for a county administrator. Am I correct that we did not have a county administrator?
In my opinion, yes.
We did not have one. Okay, so we need somebody to fill the role of county administrator. So that's kind of different than what Melissa was doing before, keeping the personality out of it. So Melissa had a different list of job descriptions and is now stepping into an entirely new position that we did not have. So I think that might be what's missing in the translation here. I could be wrong, but that's my take on this.
Thank you. Representative Felcher.
Thank you. And my comment follows up perfectly on Rep. Satterno's, which is, it does sound like a different position. It sounds like we have a need for this. We're being told we have a need for this additional position. But I think in order for me to support that, I would need to understand the broader picture, because it's not just another position here. It wasn't there another position we just added in finance. So what is the difference at the county itself that is necessitating the more money going to finance and now a county administrator position that wasn't the case 2 years, 3 years, 4 years ago?
I'm not sure. Which person are you thinking we're adding?
Well, the county administrator position in particular. So what's changed at the county level that we now need that position when we didn't have it 2 years, 3 years, 4 years ago, especially when we just increased funding to finance to put somebody in that position who will cover the financial part of things.
Do we remember what happened 4 or 5 years ago? In terms of county finances and whatever? That's what happens when you don't have people in place. And I'm gonna leave it at that. But believe me when I tell you, not having people in place costs you a lot of money. It can be difficult. I wasn't here when we had a county administrator, and I'm not sure why that position was eliminated. But somebody has to do the day-to-day and pull it all together. I mean, somebody has to do it.
Representative Taylor.
I agree with what the Secretary of State told Representative Brown, that we have responsibility setting budgets and things like this. And if I were on the human resource side, I'd be looking at department heads. Would this cause any problems within the county complex? So I don't have enough information to really make a decision. I also will be abstaining.
If you guys are here when the question is put, you have to vote yes or no.
But we can leave the room.
Good.
We've done it before.
I would. Representative McDonald.
Can you get away with just having her do the job without a second person?
I'm not sure.
Can you get away with not having a second person, like it's 20,000?
He's addressing the question to you, so
I don't know the answer to that.
I'll wait.
I don't believe, here's the real problem with the second person.
That's okay, I'll pass on that. Thank you.
Going around in circles.
Mr. Chairman, can I address the delegation, or am I out of the conversation?
1 second. Representative
I
Belcher.
just wanted to ask for a quick clarification, because make sure I have the numbers right. We have, because we're looking at a 9-month versus a year, but the total salary was actually 130. That was a yearly salary, not a month. Okay, just want to clarify. Thank you.
The amount that's needed in the budget to carry it for the rest of the years, the numbers I said before.
Seeing no further discussion? Representative Woodcock.
If you have, Mr. Chair, if you have 2 members that are going to abstain because they're waiting for more information, you've already approved the executive committee handling the any budget issues that came up between now and the future. Would it be reasonable then to allow the people who want more information to come forward, and then that come before the executive committee? We said we just voted any other budget issues. And apparently, Brian and Richard have something, and I don't know what else they wanted, and you have 2 more that are going to abstain. So I'm just wondering if maybe if you get them the information that they want, then that would go to the executive committee, because that was the purpose of having the executive committee take over things.
I think given the fact that they're not in the executive committee, and if you guys want to punt this section to the executive committee, that's fine. But we do have a motion on the floor. Representative Taylor.
Since the chairman said we cannot abstain, I will be voting one way or the other. I'm not going to not vote.
Ms. Siemens.
Thank you. If I look down, I'm not being rude, I just had notes earlier. So first, could I thank you for doing this in public? The public always has a right to know and always has a right to be part of the process, so I appreciate you doing it for the sake of transparency and for serving the citizens of the community. Thank everybody who made kind comments and asked good questions. I started working as the I was hired as the executive coordinator back in March of 2020, but a little bit prior to that. And one of the reasons I was brought in is because the one and only county administrator that had ever been in Carroll County was on his way out. So I was at the time, I was working for the delegation as the coordinator, and I was brought in to work here full-time because I was the one that had the history, the knowledge, I already could do it. For whatever reason, they brought me in. So right from the beginning, I was a person that they counted on when the county administrator left. For the last 6 years, I've worked, I didn't expect much in the beginning. I just wanted to get to know the county from the inside, because I'd known it from the outside for 20 years, covering it for the paper and working with the delegation. So I came in, I was brought in to do that. Over time, this vision has evolved. I've developed more experience, more education. I've some really solid relationships. I've learned how the county works as a whole. Because of that, the commissioners, who are not elected to be here 365 days a year, rely on me to serve as their chief administrative officer for the county. And I basically oversee the day-to-day operations, the fiscal management, and the interdepartmental collaborations and communication. I coordinate spin plates. I like to joke, but that's every day. I would argue that it's not a big jump. It's not a new position. There aren't a lot of extra responsibilities. It's what needs to happen to make the county function on a day-to-day on behalf of the Board of Commissioners is what I do. The commissioners, in all fairness, asked me to put together a list of what I do. I have some things, but I couldn't write all things. I developed the county's first ever comprehensive capital improvement plan this year. And I'm not here to give my half of my performance evaluation. I just want you to understand what is actually needed here, or what's been accomplished in the last year since I've been given that little bit, that change of a title from executive coordinator to executive director, and trusted with the oversight of the finance department. I created the county budget. Not on my own, but I was the architect of it, essentially, to the new format that complies with DRA rules, because we've been lagging in that area, set up so that we can move to the new finance software, working behind the scenes to make transition to that as effective as possible and without as much disruption to the actual work. I secured a change of scope for the Gopher money, so we could build a addition on the nursing home. So that involves writing grants, managing grants, reporting, doing all the things required, not just for that grant, but for other ones. Moved many projects and initiatives forward last year, thanks to the delegation and appropriating all that extra money in the supplemental. Last year was a very heavy lift, but we pulled it off. We moved to electronic manifest, the finance software conversions in progress. We're electronically filing all of the records here, and we eliminated 200 file cabinets, and now we're going to have accessible documents every day showing up with, we have to leave it better than we found it. That's how we operate here, and that's what I strive for. We had analysis of buildings. We put together this capital improvement plan, which I already mentioned. We have working with UNH on the hay fields, the forest timber, the FEMA project. I was in charge of making sure that all the requirements were met, and that reporting was done successfully. Hales location, dividing the duties, bringing that in-house. A lot more is involved than just separating a budget there. Also, we hosted multiple trainings here through New Hampshire Municipal Association for local officials from across the county to come in and learn together. I've done the audit coordination, the TAN borrowing. I oversee the finance office, which is 4 people. I coordinate all the meetings, the agendas, the minutes, scheduling. I oversee the RFP and contract processes. And always, every day, continually just promoting the collaboration between the departments. And I keep saying I shouldn't do that. I should say the administrator is responsible for everything I just said times 3, at least, maybe 5 on some days. I know it seems like a large increase in the salary at one point, but I would argue that it should have been done gradually because those same responsibilities have been in play. And it just feels like a lot all at once, but it should have been a gradual to that point. And I can't stand up here without saying that there are 200, I work with 289 people, and in all fairness, I will provide any information you want, any job descriptions, what's changed, what's different, but in all fairness, I'm the only one whose salary was questioned, and I'm a human being. It's a hit. So, but I'll fight for the position because the county needs it. We cannot continue on this path of lift and then leaning in and leaving things better than we found it without somebody solid in this position who can carry out the directives of the commissioners. So I've gone on long enough, except that I wanted to address Representative Smith's question if I could. And I don't mean to diminish the job of a delegation coordinator by any means. But I did it for 11 years. It was like second nature to me to say that, oh, you don't do that anymore, so you don't deserve money for it. It was just part of my day. It's just part of spinning the plates. And oh, yep, don't forget to post that. Yep, oh, call from the chair. Moving on to the next commissioner thing. It was just part of my day. I don't feel like I really gave up any responsibility, you know, that warrants a pay decrease. That's all. And thank you for letting me just say all of that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Representative Smith.
This is, I guess, a procedural question for the commissioners with their own internal policies. So it sounds like you're advocating that this is a new position that you want to pay for. Are you required to post it internally or to the public? Or did you or not do that in cooperation with your own policy?
It's not a new position. She's been doing it for, they're not calling it a new position, she's still the executive director.
I thought I heard it was follow-up.
Follow-up?
I thought I heard that it was a new title with appropriate compensation.
No, all I merely said was the people, the person in the other counties that does that job is called a county administrator. Melissa's called an executive director.
Representative Burrows.
I just want to say that, Melissa, I think you answered the question that I've been trying to get an answer to, which is, you know, what you do. And you flip me around, I'm going to vote. I think you do a fantastic job. And after listening to you, I would be very concerned about losing you.
Representative Crawford.
No, they know it now.
So I've been here for 14 years, it's 14 years, and I've seen things come and go. And I think what we need to do is take the personality totally out of this whole thing. Everybody's, whatever you think about Melissa or don't think about Melissa, and think about the job. And with everything she had to say, I'm with Representative Burrows. I'm impressed, and I think if we let Melissa go, we're not going to be hiring somebody for $130,000. We're going to be hiring somebody for probably $160,000. So I say I'm going to vote yes, and I think all of you should vote yes and take the personality out of this and just think about the position and what she does. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. To move the question?
That requires a separate vote.
Okay. How do we do that?
1 second. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say, on the record and whatnot, that I don't think I've never taken our job here to set rates as a person matter. It's always been positional, but I thought I remember, didn't we nix a number of requested pay increases? No, it was far more than just one. There were multiple pay increases that were considered. There were multiple pay increases, I think, last year, or maybe the year before, whatever it was, that were considered to be more than we wanted to support, and we nixed far more than just one. Yes.
All right, Mr. Clark.
Could you give me a kind reminder what the motion is?
Mr. Chairman, can we have those 500 motion? What do you want? Do you want a caucus? What do you want, Greg?
I just,
What, can't we just vote
I need to
first?
think for myself. You can do whatever you want to do. You can caucus.
Can't we just take a quick vote?
Are we voting on the budget or on this?
We are voting on The motion from Representative McAleer was to fund the executive director position at the requested ask of $130,000. That's where we are.
That's a good one.
Okay. First, second, we're in the voting mode. Mr. Clark?
May I just ask you the second one?
I'll second.
No, it was...
I don't think it was, it wasn't.
It was Tom.
That was Tom.
Okay, the motion is to approve the executive's line item on salaries at $151,000.
Nope, 130,000. Right?
For that specific position, yes, for that line, it's the 150.
Yep, now we're going to do your position first. That's what
We're in the
the
voting.
request was.
Okay. Representative Taylor.
In support of the commissioners, I vote yes.
Representative Smith.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Brown.
No.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Paterno.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passes 11-3.
Mr. Chairman, I have to excuse myself. I'm sorry to leave the delegation early.
No, Representative Page, thank you for your help today, sir.
Not really. I have to do the same because I can't drive at night right now.
I know you guys, it's snowing up there for you guys too.
Is it?
Yep. So, hold on, we have another,
I brought the wrong card.
we're not done yet. We're not done yet.
I brought the BMW.
We have the rest of the budget to approve for the executive,
Stuff on the hearing.
for the commissioner's budget. Do you want to fund the second position, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
What amount would it be to remove that position?
21060.
Yep. Right? Ms. Siemens,
Sorry.
is that right? 21060 to remove that second position?
I think so. Is that the number I gave you before? Really?
We're only going to have your salary in there.
Oh, I'll give it to you. I have to look for. Still in my seat.
Sorry, I'm a commissioner.
No. Okay, sorry to hold you up.
What do we vote on?
Okay.
That second part-time position.
One,
Second part-time position.
123,250 is what that would be without.
$21,000.
Yeah, but that doesn't cover your salary.
It does. It does because that's, when you put in the 2080. Well, I can show you. I'll show
Yeah,
you.
that's not enough.
Because I'm getting a head shake.
I know, but that's not.
Can I come up here?
Yeah.
Sure. This is how I cook with them.
Mr. Chairman, we have a bunch of different conversations.
Yeah, can we keep the noise down so that people can hear?
So if you do the first quarter, it's that. 2 through 4 is that, based on the salary.
Last time they did the budget.
That makes sense?
Yeah, you're saying the 123,250 will remove your salary for the
Because, right now I'm at 103. So it would be so an additional 23,250.
That's 27, 103, yeah, 27.
Give it up 130.
they'd have to retro back you to the beginning of the year.
Can I speak quickly to the part-time person? I have to give that up. It's a split, okay. I would be really like.
HR to give them this
Okay.
What is the,
He actually reminded me of the Simpsons, president of the computer.
okay. There's 3 line items that need to be changed, Social Security, retirement, and Medicare for that position.
Yep.
Let's get that situated so we can have a bottom line please in that department.
Mr. Chair, has there been any motion on that 007 line? Did I miss that in the...
You already had one. We're gonna fund that one, and if you guys don't want to fund the part-time position, we're not gonna fund the part-time position. So, the motion was to change that line to 1/3.
To one what?
1/3.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I'll just get the first and second.
I think we voted to change that to 130. We voted for 130, then the next question is, do we vote for that second person? Which the difference would be, in my opinion, 21,000. We haven't voted on that yet.
Right, there was no motion here on that. And the 21,000?
I thought that's what we were trying to get.
Okay. Somebody make a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
That we fund that total salaries at 151. So it's an additional 121 over an additional 21,000 over 130. And that's for the year. So the whole year, not just for the balance of the year.
The 150 would cover my salary that you just approved
Yep.
and the split person with the HR. So hopefully we could attract a qualified candidate if we had one full-time position that was split in 2 departments as well, so. We currently lack a lot of redundancy, especially in the executive tasks, and that's mainly why I was asking for the part-time person.
Failing to get a second.
Second.
Representative Taylor, further discussion? Mr. Clark?
Okay, the motion is to have line 007, salaries executive to remain at 151,000. Representative Taylor?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
No.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Hamblin?
Yes.
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Clerk votes no. Representative Putnell?
No.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Burrows? I should say absent, I'm sorry. Representative McAleer?
Yes.
Representative Page is absent. Mr. Chair?
No.
That's fine.
Motion passes 7-5.
All right, motion is 246254 for the executive budget.
It would be 21,000 less.
No.
Oh, well,
You got it.
I gotta listen better.
It was your motion.
Yes, it was.
246254, motion to approve.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Representative McAleer. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Representative Crawford. Any further discussion? Mr. Clerk?
Okay, the motion is to approve the executive budget at $246,254. Representative Carroll?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
No.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Hamblin?
Yes?
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Patino?
No.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Burrows is absent. Representative McAleer?
Yes.
Representative Page is absent, and Mr. Chairman.
No, thank you.
Okay. Motion passes 8-4.
All right, we got a bottom line.
I gotta leave. I gotta leave.
Yeah, well, you got it? Oh, Jim, as long as we need 8, we need 8.
Chairman, could the bottom line be part of the executive committee? I'm reluctant to do last minute math, 5 hours into a meeting and everyone's tired. I don't want to mess it up.
All right, that's fine. What do you guys want to use for fund balance?
I was going to make, I think we talked about it earlier with Hales also, but I was hoping that the delegation could be involved in the tax rate setting later in the year once we have our audit and we see how revenues are coming in this year, and then we help the commissioners make the decision on how much to apply when it's time to set the rates.
For Hale's location?
And for the county. And
And the budget would be incomplete.
so DRA did note that it's unusual to include the amount to be raised by taxes and the fund balance in the budget setting, but that comes later in the year when the revenues come in and compare to the estimated.
We've been doing.
I know you've always, I know. I don't want to say it. You know, I'm just asking you to think of it a different way and do it in at a later meeting in cooperation with the commissioners to come to that. Let them make a recommendation based on the audit and how revenues are tracking midway through the year rather than do it now.
Do we have to have a supplemental budget hearing?
No, you don't. You have to approve your budget, and the fund balance and the amount to be raised by taxes comes at the tax rate setting time, just like it does in the town. I promise. I wouldn't. 11 years, I promise.
That this is my 12th budget.
No. And you do have the authority to do the last minute things with the executive committee. So it's up to you.
Representative Woodcock,
Sir,
what do you think? You've been here just as long as almost as long as I have.
I will leave that to the discretion of the chair.
Thank you. Representative Crawford, your input.
Well, being selectmen in my town, we do it at the end, but if we've always done it the other way, it doesn't matter to me. Whatever you want to do is...
Commissioner McGee, what do you think?
I would do it the way we do it at the town, but it's your discretion.
No, it's at
I think we recommended, what did we recommend? $3 million?
It's at our discretion.
Yes, it's your discretion.
No, our collective discretion.
What did we recommend? We recommended using $3 million.
Okay. Stick by that recommendation.
Yes, it leaves us with a fund, well,
Will be 7.5, so we can just...
so we got 7.5, right, we got 7, it leaves us with 9 point something as a fund balance.
9 million as a fund balance?
No, 9.29, I think, is a fund, as a percentage, and it leaves us with 7 something less, 3 million, 4.5 million as a fund balance.
All right, we'll leave it to the executive committee. We'll do the TAN borrowing on the April 3rd. Executive committee meeting will meet on, do you guys have house committees this week?
Wednesday.
So So that would be,
Why should we wait till after April 20, March 25?
yeah, that's kind of tight on the budget.
Next week?
That's next week, yeah. So we're going to leave it to the executive committee to button up the budget, which means expenditures, revenues, which revenues would include $3 million that the commissioners recommended. I don't want to leave it open-ended to the end of the year because we haven't done that before. I don't want to start that.
Too much new at once.
Correct.
You need a motion for that?
As the chairman, I'll call the meeting. Representative McDonald.
Okay, just so I'm clear that we won't go back to anyone else's budgets other than what we've got to do, what we haven't done so far.
We're done.
We're done, okay.
We're looking
Well,
for,
Mr. Chair,
we want our budgets to match.
You're going to concur with the commissioners, these $3 million out of the fund. Why don't you just vote it now?
Well, that's what I want to, we certainly can. That's I want direction, that's why I want to make this going around to make sure.
Well, they
everybody's okay with
first said 2, they said 3, and as long as they go to 4, we're good. I will move $3 million out
Oh, sir, for,
of this excess, right?
yeah, that. Second, thank you. Mr. Clark?
Was it 2 million?
3.
3 million?
Could be 4.
So we're going to be looking for balance, revenues and expenditures. Siemens?
Sorry.
Expenditures and revenues to match.
Of course, so you're just gonna, you haven't called the executive committee meeting.
I will, today is Friday, we can't post Monday, earliest would be Tuesday. You have meetings Tuesday, committee?
We have swearing on Tuesday, Mr. Chair.
Is it Tuesday or is it Wednesday?
We're in the Wednesday.
I'm Wednesday, 25th, rather.
What time?
Like 10 in the morning.
I'm not available on Tuesday.
Wednesday?
I would know.
In the morning or?
Afternoon?
I am after 2.
After 2?
Yes, sir.
2:30? That give you enough time?
Bob?
I'd love to have lunch with my family who's coming from West Virginia. Can we push it 1 more hour?
2:30?
You just said 2:30. Can we push it to 3:30? Is that too late?
What's wrong?
More than 5 people.
Yeah, who else is on that? Representative McAleer, are you free Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay, Wednesday? 3 o'clock?
3:30?
3:30?
Yeah.
Okay, that means I have to work longer.
Not me.
All right, you coming?
Oh, we have to be here, sure. I'm in Concord.
So
You got me.
this is just an executive meeting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Executive committee meeting,
Wednesday.
Mr. Delegation Coordinator.
Wednesday, we're...
Executive committee meeting, Wednesday, 3:30. Here, thank you.
Got it. You'll take care of the posting?
Yes. Ms. Siemens will have our numbers and corrected.
I'll do them Sunday from my car. I'll get it ready.
Any other business to come before the delegation? Thank you, everyone.
I'm just going to vote here.
I'm sorry, hold on. My apologies. Mr. Clerk, will you call the roll?
Okay, to, motion is to use $3 million to offset taxes. Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Yes. Representative Brown. Yes. Representative Hamblin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford. Clerk votes yes. Representative Petnell.
Yes?
Representative Bucco.
Stan, I was out of the room.
Okay. Okay, Representative Woodcock.
Yes!
Thank you.
Representative Rose is gone. Representative Maxwell.
Yes.
Yes. Chairman.
Yes, please. We are in recess to the call of the chair.
I've exchanged.
I don't see, I think it's more like green.
your son a little bit about it, or are you leaving it on?